连线提出一个问题，请这个到时候名额是先到先叫。
And we appreciate your cooperation in keeping the discussion focused and efficient. With that, let's begin. Peter, over to you.
好，为了让我们的新闻记者会进展可以非常的顺利，请大家可以确保您的提问专注在今天的议题上。现在我们邀请 HFX 的主席范普拉先生。
Let's welcome HFX President Peter Van Prey.
我们欢迎 FHX 的主席范普拉先生
and founder of UNC, Robert Tsao.
以及也欢迎联电集团创办人曹兴诚先生。
Mr. Robert Tsao, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HFX Taipei. My name is Peter Van Prey, and on behalf of everyone who worked so hard to bring this event to Taipei, welcome to the very first meeting that my organization, HFX, is putting on outside of North America. Every year since 2009, leaders from the democratic world come to Canada for the Halifax International Security Forum. Over the years, it has become an important meeting place for what I like to call the good guys. For those of you who do not know where Halifax is, and fair enough, I think that probably many of you, it is on the easternmost point of Canada on the North Atlantic Ocean, a long way from here. But it is not some coincidence that my organization chose Taipei as its very first meeting outside of North America. Taiwan is a vital democracy whose continued freedom and security is important not only to the people of Taiwan, but to the security of the entire world. And now we meet at HFX to explore Taiwan's security. At question is whether we live in a world where large countries can freely intimidate and ultimately invade their smaller neighbors. Over the next 2 days, we will hear words like lawfare, porcupine. We will explore what China might do, what the United States should do, and what the international community could do. But the key question, of course, is what is Taiwan going to do? Let me say that this event would not have been possible if not for Mr. Robert Tsao. His generous support brought HFX Taipei to life. Some of Taiwan's important friends and supporters are here in Taipei today because of him. We started having this discussion in the summer of last year. Through HFX Taipei, I wanted to bring democracies to Taipei to see and understand why Taiwan deserves the international community's friendship and support. Robert, I think, wanted something a little bit different. He wanted the people of Taiwan to see that Taiwan was not alone, and that it was part of a community of democratic partners willing to contribute to Taiwan's security. A wonderful match was born. We should be very proud of what we have accomplished together. HFX Taipei brings our mission here, building strategic cooperation among the world's democracies is what we do, and today Taiwan is at the center of it. So let me give the floor to Robert so that he can share with all of us what we hope to accomplish over the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
曹董事长，还有各位媒体界的朋友，欢迎大家来到今天的 HFX 台北。 非常谢谢大家今天的莅临。那么我们也非常高兴能够看到HFX 首次跨出北美来到台湾举行这一次的国际安全论坛。我想在座可能有一些人不太认识哈利法克斯位于哪里哦。那么哈利法克斯其实是在加拿大的最东边，靠近这个北大西洋。那么在过去这么多年来呢，在 HFX 论坛上的众多好朋友努力的齐聚一堂，每年定期举办国际安全论坛。我把这些人称为所谓的好人。那么在我们首次跨出北美来到台湾举行国际安全论坛，这并不是一个巧合，因为台湾是一个非常蓬勃发展的民主国家，而且近年来也面临到了许多邻国可能侵略，还有灰色侵扰的这个干扰。所以我们认为在最近大家可能经常听到这样子的字眼，包括灰色侵扰，这个野猪战略等等，所以这一次齐聚在台北，举办哈利法克斯国际安全论坛，就目的就是希望美国还有国际社会来共同探讨我们能做什么，我们应该做什么，而最重要的是台湾可以做什么。在此，我要特别感谢曹董事长非常大方慷慨的支持这一次论坛的举行，没有他的支持是不可能如此成功的举办今天的盛会。由于他的支持，让我们可以将国际友人带到台湾。我们从去年开始，准备了这个筹办此次的这个会议。大家都认为，我们这一次能够在台湾举行这样子一个国际安全论坛，是一个非常好的配对。这代表了全球可以来到台湾，见证国际社会对台湾的支持，还有对台湾的友谊。不过，我想曹董事长可能想的不太一样，他也许会想借由这一次的论坛有一点不一样的呈现，可以让国际社会看到台湾在民主发展的道路上并不孤独，而且台湾可以对国际安全做出贡献。那么这一次在接下来为期2天的台北哈利法克斯国际安全论坛呢，将会是所有民主阵营的集合，并且就位于台湾这个中心点。那么接下来我要邀请曹董事长来跟我们分享接下来2天论坛会讨论的重要议题。
Thank you. I will use Chinese to do my remarks for the benefit of the domestic audience. 各位媒体朋友，大家好。今天我非常荣幸参加Halifax 台北论坛的开幕仪式。这个组织历史相当悠久，过去16年来努力促进民主国家之间的战略合作。这是他们首次在加拿大之外的国家举办会谈，格外有意义。我认识这个组织从去年开始，由台北市议员赵一翔牵线。赵一翔是大家口译哥是吧？他告诉我，有一个国际组织，他们不但排除中国等威权国家的参与，甚至还不畏惧来自中国的压力，愿意将台湾排入其中。我说我非常欣赏这个组织，希望支持他们来台湾举办论坛。随后过去1年筹备期间，哈利法克斯国际安全论坛也展开对许多国际友人的邀请，期待来自美国、日本、欧洲及世界各地的朋友能汇聚在台湾，共同表达对民主、自由价值的坚持。这些都将成为台湾走向国际的重要助力。我要特别感谢这次来访的安倍昭惠夫人，延续安倍晋三前首相对台湾的坚定支持，还有美国川普第1任期担任副国安顾问的伯明， Mr. Pottinger， 他在任期间努力强化台美关系，深化两边的安全合作。这次有高达100位国际友人的参与，都象征台湾走在民主道路上，一点都不孤独。我支持哈利法克斯国际安全论坛，还有一个重要目的，就是我希望借此转达，即便我们国内有政治分歧，有选举，有罢免，但国际社会看台湾是一体的，同一块土地，同一个颜色，任何政治攻防都不能也不应该牺牲台湾的安全，更不能打击我们的国际地位和国际形象。面临川普当选带来的地缘政治变化以及国际贸易变局，我们的目的应该是一致的，保卫中华民国台湾的国家安全，反对对岸的一切并吞统一的行为。我相信这是台湾社会最大公约数，也唯有此，台湾的未来才会有安全保障。我今天要特别感谢 Peter， 也要感谢赵一翔，还有所有的筹办团队，促成这个活动的举行。我要祝福接下来2天的会议圆满顺利，谢谢大家。
Good afternoon, friends from the media. I'm privileged to attend HFX Taipei, the opening ceremony. This is a very long-standing organization. For the past 16 years, the forum has facilitated strategic cooperation among democratic nations. This is the very first time for the organization to put together an event outside of Canada, which I believe is quite significant. I become aware of this organization starting from last year through the connection of Taipei City Councilor Tsao. He told me there is an international organization that is not afraid of pressure from China and also try to exclude authoritarian regimes such as China. And the organization is also very willing to include Taiwan in its engagement. I told him I appreciate this organization a lot, and I wish to show my support for the organization to come and host a forum in Taiwan. So over the last year, the Halifax International Security Forum has sent invitations to many friends internationally, hoping to attract friends from the United States, Japan, Europe, and from the world together in Taiwan to stand in solidarity for democracy, freedom, and shared values. These are important momentums to drive Taiwan globally. I would like to specifically extend my appreciation to Mrs. Abe for continuing the late former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, for the solid support for Taiwan. My special thanks also go to Mr. Pottinger, the Deputy National Security Advisor during Trump's first administration. During his term of office, Mr. Pottinger has strengthened U.S.-Taiwan relations, deepened the bilateral collaboration on security. So this indicates that Taiwan is not alone on the course of democratic development, with the participation from over 100 friends around the world to today's event. There's another important purpose for me to support the Halifax International Security Forum. That is, I wish to convey this very important message. Even domestically, there are political disagreements, there are elections, there are recalls, but Taiwan is viewed as a unity, as the same piece of land, as the same color by the international community. Any political attack and defense cannot and shouldn't sacrifice Taiwan's security and shouldn't attack our international status in the world. With the geopolitical changes with the Trump's second administration and also the dynamic international trade relations, our purpose should keep consistency. That is to safeguard the national security of Republic of China in Taiwan, to oppose to any annexation and unification coming from across the Taiwan Strait. I believe this is the most greatest common denominator for Taiwan society. Only by doing so, our future, the future of Taiwan, can be protected. My special thanks go to Peter again, and also to Taipei City Councilor Tsao and all the preparation team for facilitating today's event. I wish the next two-day event a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Robert. And now we will begin the Q&A section. As a reminder, members of media who wish to ask a question should have signed up in advance. And questions will be taken on first come, first served basis, with each media outlet limited to one question.
欢迎我们现在开放媒体朋友问答，在有限的时间内，一家媒体仅能提出一个问题。
And we encourage questions to focus on the forum HFX Taipei and discussions about democratic cooperation.
希望各位记者媒体朋友的提问能够聚焦在 HFX 台北这个国际安全论坛以及民主的合作等议题上。
When we call your name, please introduce yourself and your organization before asking your questions.
当我念到媒体朋友的名字，请先介绍您的大名以及您来自的单位，谢谢。
And we kindly ask that you keep your question concise and focused.
希望各位媒体朋友的问题能够精简，谢谢。
Let's start with the first on the sign-up list, New York Times.
首先，我们欢迎《纽约时报》的记者。
谢谢，我是《纽约时报》记者出版亮。My question is for Robert Tsao, Mr. Tsao, so I'll ask it in Chinese if that's okay. 我想这次会议一个重要的一个背景就是最近川普总统就关于美俄关系还有俄乌战争应该结束的一些新的观点的新的立场的。那么你觉得美国对于美俄关系对于这个俄乌战争的新的观点呢，新的立场可能对台湾会产生什么样的影响呢？你觉得这次会应该怎么看待这个问题呢？谢谢。
I'm from New York Times. My question goes to Mr. Robert Tsao. I think the background for this two-day international security forum is that U.S. President Trump's new position and new perspectives on U.S.-Russia relationship as well as the Russia-Ukraine war. My question is, what impact will U.S. President's new perspectives and position on these issues affect the world?
我觉得台湾呢，我们没有办法去预测，川普他要怎么样。那么我觉得我们能够努力呢，就是在国内团结，向这个世界展示我们维护民主的坚强决心。那么我们现在台湾面临的问题就是说，因为这次赖总统当选得票率只有40%，所以中国呢就到处在外面宣传说，你看支持独立的只有40%，剩下的60%都支持统一啊。那么这个当然是非常的误导。那么我觉得这是台湾第一个要面临解决的问题，因为你期待别人来帮助你，首先你要自己肯帮助自己啊。美国不可能介入一个说60%民众想去统一的国家，他没办法帮助你。所以台湾一定要团结起来，尤其这次的大罢免啊，一定要让大家知道说 ，no， 我们不是想跟统一，我们拒绝跟中国统一，我们拒绝专制政权。这些在国会里面，这个是扮演中共的特洛伊木马，我们要把它赶出去啊。所以这次的 我觉得与其去猜测美国会怎么样，对台湾来讲，这次的大罢免宣示我们要团结保护我们的民主自由，我们拒绝中共的专制统治，这一点是非常重要的。
I believe there's no way for us to predict what the United States will do when it comes to the global issues. I believe the most important endeavor for us here in Taiwan is to stand in solidarity to make effort to preserve democracy and freedom in Taiwan. One of the biggest challenges since President Lai took office was that the voting support rate for President Lai was only 40%. So Chinese propaganda began to mistakenly use this to mislead the general public by saying that only 40% of people support independence, whereas 60% of people support unification by China. So this misinformation has presented us the first challenge that we need to tackle. Before you expect someone to give you a hand, you need to help yourself first. So with that so-called 60% of different opinion here in Taiwan, and also plus the recent events such as the massive recall campaigns, I think the most important challenge for Taiwan today is that we need to refuse the unification efforts by China. We need to refuse dictatorship and authoritarian regime of China. I believe that only by collaboration we are able to put together this endeavor to fight against any authoritarian regime. There is no way for us to guess what the United States will do, so let's stand together to advocate for democracy and freedom in Taiwan.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we will have Zhongyang Sir. Please introduce yourself and your organization before asking your question.
Next, we would like to welcome a friend from CNA Chinese, Central News Agency, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Charlie Yang from CNA. And Halifax Taipei Forum coincides with the 3rd anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What does the outcome of Ukraine would mean for Taiwan and Indo-Pacific?
大家好，我是来自中央通讯社，此次在台北举办的国际安全论坛，正好适逢俄乌战争的3周年。我想要请问的是，这次论坛的结果会对于台湾以及印太地区有什么样子的影响
？Thank you very much for the question. A number of Ukrainians have traveled to Taipei to be with us and are on the agenda, and you will hear from a number of Ukrainians about their perspectives over the next 2 days.
非常谢谢您的提问。我知道这个乌克兰有数位朋友远渡重洋来到台北参与这一次的国际安全论坛。我相信在接下来的2天，这些乌克兰的友人将会呈现他们的一些观点。
I think it's important to note that the international community came to Ukraine's aid in February 2022 only after it was clear that President Zelensky was going to stand firm.
我想在俄乌战争在2022年2月爆发之后呢，国际社会是一直到乌克兰的总统泽伦斯基坚定的秉持他对这个乌克兰的保护之后，国际社会才给予这个相当的支援。
President Zelensky's Ukraine has fought a heroic war for 3 years, and in many ways has saved the entire democratic world by standing firm against Russian aggression.
乌克兰总统泽伦斯基在过去3年来立场非常坚定的应对俄罗斯的侵略， 他的应对，他的坚定的立场对应俄罗斯的侵略，也展现了我们民主阵营所应该拥有的态度。
I imagine there are going to be a lot of conversations about precisely your question here at HFX Taipei today and tomorrow.
我想您的提问呢，在接下来这2天的国际安全论坛上，在台北的会议上应该会有非常多的讨论。
Thank you, Peter. Next, we will have Sunny.
Next, we would like to invite representative from SETN.
你好，这边三立电视记者黄玉婷，请问主席刚刚提到首都到台湾举办论坛，希望达到什么样的目的或效果吗？谢谢。
This is a question coming from SETN, going to President Van Praag. What is your expectations and outcomes of this event in Taipei?
Thank you very much. It's a great question. So the outcomes are formal and informal in nature.
您的提问非常的棒，我相信这一次会议的成果可以分为正式以及非正式来看。
There are going to be a number of meetings on the sidelines between government officials and between experts to talk about specific ways to increase cooperation between countries and Taiwan.
在主会场之外，相信有很多的这个场合可以让政府官员以及相关的学者专家齐聚一堂，来讨论台湾以及和各个国家和国际社会可以如何彼此合作。
It is a learning exercise to exchange ideas between people from Taiwan, people from Europe, people from North America, and in fact, there are people here from every continent to learn from each other and to explore different ways to secure societies, democratic societies.
我相信这一次的论坛是一个非常好的机会以及平台，让台湾、欧洲、北美，甚至是每个5大洲的每个国家5大洲都有代表分别来参加这一次台北会议，提供了一个这么好的场合，让大家能够相互学习以及探讨我们在民主上面的合作。
And it is a sign of solidarity amongst the democratic world for Taiwan. There are people coming to HFX Taipei who are friends of Taiwan and have been here many times, and there are people who are coming to HFX Taipei to Taiwan for the very first time to demonstrate their solidarity. And it really is a sign to the world of how many friends that Taiwan has at this time.
我相信这次的论坛可以展现我们团结一致的这个契机。此次的论坛有非常多的国际友人，已经不是第一次来到台湾参与这样子的盛会。那也有一些国际友人是第一次来到台北参加这个国际安全论坛。我相信借由这一次论坛的参与，可以展现所有人在国际上共同的捍卫台湾的一些团结一致以及重要的友谊。
Thank you, Peter. So this will be the last question, and next we will have Dongsen. Dongsen.
你好，我是东森新闻的记者张元春，想请问曹董事长有关国家安全的问题。就是您近期被这个谢寒冰指控有一些绯闻的照片，那您会不会觉得说这是可能中国那边在操作？那您对这件事情的真假有没有想要澄清的？那另外像是担任这个文化总会的职位，也遭到在野党的一些攻击。那对于这2件事情，你有什么想说的吗？谢谢。
My question goes to Mr. Robert Tsao on national security. Recently, a veteran media figure, Xie Hanbin, has accused you of having some affair with mainland Chinese women and also has exposed some indecent photos. Do you think this is a way that the Chinese regime is trying to manipulate information? And also, following a similar event, a member of the Central Commission has been accused of doing some misbehavior as well. What is your take on these concerns.
我觉得这是反映出这个中国啊，还有跟我们这个在台湾的中共的同路人啊，对于大罢免现在感到害怕啊、紧张，所以现在要用这个其实很不入流的，完全这个不成理由的理由啊，来这个抹黑，是吧？那我想我们也面对这种抹黑呢，我们持续啊。要呼吁我们支持大罢免的群众啊，不要被这些影响啊，而且更要坚定我们大罢免的决心。因为从这个谢寒冰这个事情看出来呢，他对基本的人权是不尊重的啊，对人的隐私是不尊重的啊，所以这种对人权不尊重、对隐私不尊重，就是在中国共产党统治下一个普遍的现象啊，所以我们今天为什么要罢免这些人呢？因为他们正在把台湾导向这样这个没有安全保障、没有道德水准啊、没有文明方向的这个境界去，所以我们要抵抗啊！我相信大家都希望活在一个尊重人权、尊重隐私、彼此互相尊重的社会啊。所以这个是我对这个抹黑的这些回应啊，谢谢。
I think the recent incident has indicated that China, along with those who take side with China, are afraid of the recent massive recall campaign in Taiwan. They are afraid of the success of the massive recall campaign, so they have begun by taking all means to tarnish me personally and also the reputation of a lot of key players. So here I would like to urge the public to continue to show your strong support for the massive recall. I think the media figure Xie Hanbing's accusation show that she had no respect for basic human rights. She has no respect for personal privacy, and this is actually coincides with the authoritarian rule under the CCP leadership. So I would like to call upon the general public to stand firm on the massive recall. I would like to urge everyone to show that we have bottom line, we have to respect the moral and ethics, and we have to protect the basic human rights and mutual respect in Taiwan society.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Robert. That concludes our Q&A sections. Thank you all for your questions and for joining us today. We will have a first sections of the forum begin shortly. So we appreciate your interest and coverage of HFX Taipei. See you.
以上这个新闻记者会就到此结束问答时间。接下来我们之后会即将展开论坛的第一个大会场次。谢谢大家。
结束喽。
2楼另外一侧的这个拍摄区，待会2点半的时候，维安团队会严格管制论坛出口的地方，所以要拍摄这个贵宾入场的画面的话，要麻烦到刚才的那个 standby 区域，谢谢。外方都有工作人员协助引导。
他刚坐这里，他刚坐这里。那我再等一下，看到了。
补充说明一下，稍后论坛的现场就安排了。
我跟你讲，好啊。
们下一个。
对啊，你有听无去咯？我过看，我唔知伊食。我过看。我会抽筋的。这就是我讲比较大的。大的你们要炒饭。因为必须还要炒饭。我是蛮快的。曹兴诚最后一题。好啊。
曹兴诚先生。
Mr. Robert Tsao, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HFX Taipei. My name is Peter Van Prague, and on behalf of everyone who worked so hard to bring this event to Taipei, welcome to the very first meeting that my organization, HFX, is putting on outside of North America. Every year since 2009, leaders from the democratic world come to Canada for the Halifax International Security Forum. Over the years, it has become an important meeting place for what I like to call the good guys. For those of you who do not know where Halifax is, and fair enough, I think that probably many of you, it is on the easternmost point of Canada on the North Atlantic Ocean, a long way from here. But it is not some coincidence that my organization chose Taipei as its very first meeting outside of North America. Taiwan is a vital democracy whose continued freedom and security is important not only to the people of Taiwan, but to the security of the entire world. And now we meet at HFX to explore Taiwan's security. At question is whether we live in a world where large countries can freely intimidate and ultimately invade their smaller neighbors. Over the next 2 days, we will hear words like lawfare, porcupine. We will explore what China might do, what the United States should do, and what the international community could do. But the key question, of course, is what is Taiwan going to do? Let me say that this event would not have been possible if not for Mr. Robert Tsao. His generous support brought HFX Taipei to life. Some of Taiwan's important friends and supporters are here in Taipei today because of him. We started having this discussion in the summer of last year. Through HFX Taipei, I wanted to bring democracies to Taipei to see and understand why Taiwan deserves the international community's friendship and support. Robert, I think, wanted something a little bit different. He wanted the people of Taiwan to see that Taiwan was not alone, and that it was part of a community of democratic partners willing to contribute to Taiwan's security. A wonderful match was born. We should be very proud of what we have accomplished together. HFX Taipei brings our mission here, building strategic cooperation among the world's democracies is what we do, and today Taiwan is at the center of it. So let me give the floor to Robert so that he can share with all of us what we hope to accomplish over the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
曹董事长，还有各位媒体界的朋友，欢迎大家来到今天的 HFX 台北。非常谢谢大家今天的莅临。那么我们也非常高兴能够看到HFX 首次跨出北美来到台湾举行这一次的国际安全论坛。我想在座可能有一些人不太认识哈利法克斯位于哪里哦。那么哈利法克斯其实是在加拿大的最东边，靠近这个北大西洋。那么在过去这么多年来呢，在 HFX 论坛上的众多好朋友努力的齐聚一堂，每年定期举办国际安全论坛。我把这些人称为所谓的好人。那么 在我们首次跨出北美来到台湾举行国际安全论坛，这并不是一个巧合，因为台湾是一个非常蓬勃发展的民主国家，而且近年来也面临到了许多邻国可能侵略，还有灰色侵扰的这个干扰。所以我们认为，在最近大家可能经常听到这样子的字眼，包括灰色侵扰，这个野猪战略等等，所以这一次齐聚在台北，举办哈利法克斯国际安全论坛，目的就是希望美国还有国际社会来共同探讨我们能做什么，我们应该做什么。而最重要的是，台湾可以做什么？在此，我要特别感谢曹董事长非常大方慷慨的支持这一次论坛的举行。没有他的支持是不可能如此成功的举办今天的盛会。由于他的支持，让我们可以将国际友人带到台湾。我们从去年开始，准备了这个筹办此次的这个会议。大家都认为，我们这一次能够在台湾举行这样子一个国际安全论坛，是一个非常好的配对。这代表了全球可以来到台湾，见证国际社会对台湾的支持，还有对台湾的友谊。不过，我想曹董事长可能想的不太一样，他也许会想借由这一次的论坛有一点不一样的呈现，可以让国际社会看到台湾在民主发展的道路上并不孤独，而且台湾可以对国际安全做出贡献。那么这一次在接下来为期2天的台北哈利法克斯国际安全论坛呢，将会是所有民主阵营的集合，并且就位于台湾这个中心点。那么接下来我要邀请曹董事长来跟我们分享接下来2天论坛会讨论的重要议题。
Thank you. I will use Chinese to do my remarks for the benefit of the domestic audience. 各位媒体朋友，大家好。今天我非常荣幸参加Halifax 台北论坛的开幕仪式。这个组织历史相当悠久，过去16年来努力促进民主国家之间的战略合作。这是他们首次在加拿大之外的国家举办会谈，格外有意义。我认识这个组织从去年开始，由台北市议员赵一翔牵线。赵一翔是大家口译哥是吧？他告诉我，有一个国际组织，他们不但排除中国等威权国家的参与，甚至还不畏惧来自中国的压力，愿意将台湾排入其中。我说我非常欣赏这个组织，希望支持他们来台湾举办论坛。随后过去1年筹备期间，哈利法克斯国际安全论坛也展开对许多国际友人的邀请，期待来自美国、日本、欧洲及世界各地的朋友能汇聚在台湾，共同表达对民主自由价值的坚持。这些都将成为台湾走向国际的重要助力。我要特别感谢这次来访的安倍昭惠夫人，延续安倍晋三前首相对台湾的坚定支持，还有美国川普第1任期担任副国务顾问、国安顾问的伯明 Mr. Pottinger， 他在任期间努力强化台美关系，深化两边的安全合作。这次有高达100位国际友人的参与，都象征台湾走在民主道路上一点都不孤独。我支持哈利法克斯国际安全论坛还有一个重要目的，就是我希望借此转达，即便我们国内有政治分歧，有选举，有罢免，但国际社会看台湾是一体的，同一块土地，同一个颜色，任何 政治攻防都不能也不应该牺牲台湾的安全，更不能打击我们的国际地位和国际形象。面临川普当选带来的地缘政治变化以及国际贸易变局，我们的目的应该是一致的，保卫中华民国台湾的国家安全，反对对岸的一切并吞统一的行为。我相信这是台湾社会最大公约数，也唯有此，台湾的未来才会有安全保障。我今天特别感谢 Peter， 也要感谢赵一翔，还有所有的筹办团队，促成这个活动的举行。我要祝福接下来2天的会议圆满顺利，谢谢大家。
Good afternoon, friends from the media. I'm privileged to attend HFX Taipei, the opening ceremony. This is a very long-standing organization. For the past 16 years, the forum has facilitated strategic cooperation among democratic nations. This is the very first time for the organization to put together an event outside of Canada, which I believe is quite significant. I become aware of this organization starting from last year through the connection of Taipei City Councilor Tsao. He told me there is an international organization that is not afraid of pressure from China and also try to exclude authoritarian regimes such as China. And the organization is also very willing to include Taiwan in its engagement. I told him I appreciate this organization a lot and I wish to show my support for the organization to come and host a forum in Taiwan. So over the last year, the Halifax International Security Forum has sent invitations to many friends internationally, hoping to attract friends from the United States, Japan, Europe, and from the world together in Taiwan to stand in solidarity for democracy, freedom, and shared values. These are important momentums to drive Taiwan globally. I would like to specifically extend my appreciation to Mrs. Abe for continuing the late former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, for the solid support for Taiwan. My special thanks also go to Mr. Pottinger, the Deputy National Security Advisor during Trump's first administration. During his term of office, Mr. Pottinger has strengthened U.S.-Taiwan relations, deepened the bilateral collaboration on security. So this indicates that Taiwan is not alone on the course of democratic development with the participation from over 100 friends around the world to today's event. There's another important purpose for me to support the Halifax International Security Forum. That is, I wish to convey this very important message. Even domestically, there are political disagreements, there are elections, there are recalls, but Taiwan is viewed as a unity, as the same piece of land, as the same color by the international community. Any political attack and defense cannot and shouldn't sacrifice Taiwan's security and shouldn't attack our international status in the world. With the geopolitical changes with the Trump's second administration and also the dynamic international trade relations, our purpose should keep consistency. That is to safeguard the national security of Republic of China in Taiwan, to oppose to any annexation and unification coming from across the Taiwan Strait. I believe this is the most greatest common denominator for Taiwan society. Only by doing so, our future, the future of Taiwan, can be protected. My special thanks go to Peter again, and also to Taipei City Councilor Tsao and all the preparation team for facilitating today's event. I wish the next 2-day event a great success. Thank you.
you, Peter. Thank you, Robert. And now we will begin the Q&A section. As a reminder, members of media who wish to ask a question should have signed up in advance. And questions will be taken on first come, first served basis, with each media outlet limited to one question.
欢迎我们现在开放媒体朋友问答，在有限的时间内，一家媒体只能提出一个问题。
And we encourage questions to focus on the forum HFX Taipei and discussions about democratic cooperation.
希望各位记者媒体朋友的提问能够聚焦在 HFX 台北这个国际安全论坛以及民主的合作等议题上。
When we call your name, please introduce yourself and your organization before asking your questions.
当我念到媒体朋友的名字，请先介绍您的大名以及您来自的单位，谢谢。
And we kindly ask that you keep your question concise and focused.
希望各位媒体朋友的问题能够精简，谢谢。
Let's start with the first on the sign-up list, New York Times.
首先，我们欢迎《纽约时报》的记者。
谢谢，我是《纽约时报》记者出版量。My question is for Robert Tsao, Mr. Tsao, so I'll ask it in Chinese if that's okay. 我想这次会议一个重要的一个背景就是最近川普总统就关于美俄关系还有俄乌战争应该结束的一些新的观点的新的立场的。那么你觉得美国对于美俄关系对这个俄乌战争的新的观点呢新的立场可能对台湾会产生什么样的影响呢？你觉得这次会应该怎么看待这个问题呢？谢谢。
I'm from the New York Times. My question goes to Mr. Robert Tsao. I think the background for this two-day international security forum is that U.S. President Trump's new position and new perspectives on U.S.-Russia relationship as well as the Russia-Ukraine war. My question is, what impact will U.S. President's new perspectives and position on these issues affect the world?
我觉得台湾呢，我们没有办法去预测川普他要怎么样。那么我觉得我们能够努力呢，就是在国内团结，向这个世界展示我们维护民主的坚强决心。那么我们现在台湾面临的问题就是说，因为这次赖总统当选得票率只有40%，所以中国呢就到处在外面宣传说，你看支持独立只有40%，剩下的60%都支持统一。那么这个当然是非常的误导。那么我觉得这是台湾第一个要面临解决的问题，因为你期待别人来帮助你，首先你要自己肯帮助自己美国不可能介入一个说60%民众想去统一的国家，他没办法帮助你，所以台湾一定要团结起来，尤其这次的大罢免一定要让大家知道说 ，no， 我们不是想跟统一，我们拒绝跟中国统一，我们拒绝专制政权。这些在国会里面，这个是扮演中共的特洛伊木马，我们要把它赶出去所以这次的，我觉得与其去猜测美国会怎么样，对台湾来讲，这次的大罢免宣示我们要团结保护我们的民主自由。我们拒绝中共的专制统治，这一点是非常重要的。
I believe there's no way for us to predict what the United States will do when it comes to the global issues. I believe the most important endeavor for us here in Taiwan is to stand in solidarity to make effort to preserve democracy and freedom in Taiwan. One of the biggest challenges since President Lai took office was that the voting support rate for President Lai was only 40%. So Chinese propaganda began to mistakenly use this to mislead the general public by saying that only 40% of people support independence, whereas 60% of people support unification by China. So this misinformation has presented as the first challenge that we need to tackle. Before you expect someone to give you a hand, you need to help yourself first. So with that so-called 60% of different opinion here in Taiwan, and also plus the recent events such as the massive recall campaigns, I think the most important challenge for Taiwan today is that we need to refuse the unification efforts by China. We need to refuse dictatorship and authoritarian regime of China. I believe that only by collaboration we are able to put together this endeavor to fight against any authoritarian regime. There is no way for us to guess what the United States will do, so let's stand together to advocate for democracy and freedom in Taiwan.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we will have Zhongyang Sir. Please introduce yourself and your organization before asking your question.
Next, we would like to welcome a friend from CNA Chinese, Central News Agency, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Charlie Yang from CNA. And Halifax Taipei Forum coincides with the 3rd anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What does the outcome of Ukraine would mean for Taiwan and Indo-Pacific?
大家好，我是来自中央通讯社，此次在台北举办的国际安全论坛，正好适逢俄乌战争的3周年。我想要请问的是，这次论坛的结果会对于台湾以及印太地区有什么样子的影响
？Thank you very much for the question. A number of Ukrainians have traveled to Taipei to be with us and are on the agenda, and you will hear from a number of Ukrainians about their perspectives over the next 2 days.
非常谢谢您的提问。我知道这个乌克兰有数位朋友远渡重洋来到台北参与这一次的国际安全论坛。我相信在接下来的2天，这些乌克兰的友人将会呈现他们的一些观点。
I think it's important to note that the international community came to Ukraine's aid in February 2022 only after it was clear that President Zelensky was going to stand firm.
我想在俄乌战争在2022年2月爆发之后呢，国际社会是一直到乌克兰的总统泽伦斯基，坚定的秉持他对这个乌克兰的保护之后，国际社会才给予这个相当的支援。
President Zelensky's Ukraine has fought a heroic war for 3 years, and in many ways has saved the entire democratic world by standing firm against Russian aggression.
乌克兰总统泽伦斯基在过去3年来立场非常坚定的应对俄罗斯的侵略，他的应对，他的坚定的立场对应俄罗斯的侵略，也展现了我们民主阵营所应该拥有的态度。
And I imagine there are going to be a lot of conversations about precisely your question here at HFX Taipei today and tomorrow.
我想您的提问呢，在接下来这2天的国际安全论坛上，在台北的会议上应该会有非常多的讨论。
Thank you, Peter. Next, we will have Sunny.
Next, we would like to invite representative from SETN.
你好，这边三立电视记者黄玉婷，请问主席刚刚提到首都到台湾举办论坛，希望达到什么样的目的或效果吗？谢谢。
This is a question coming from SETN, going to President Van Praag. What is your expectations and outcomes of this event in Taipei?
Thank you very much. It's a great question. So the outcomes are formal and informal in nature.
您的提问非常的棒，我相信这一次会议的成果可以分为正式以及非正式来看。
There are going to be a number of meetings on the sidelines between government officials and between experts to talk about specific ways to increase cooperation between countries and Taiwan.
在主会场之外，相信有很多的这个场合可以让政府官员以及相关的学者专家齐聚一堂，来讨论台湾以及和各个国家和国际社会可以如何彼此合作。
It is a learning exercise to exchange ideas between people from Taiwan, people from Europe, people from North America, and in fact, there are people here from every continent to learn from each other and to explore different ways to secure societies, democratic societies.
我相信这一次的论坛是一个非常好的机会以及平台，让台湾、欧洲、北美，甚至是每个五大洲的每个国家五大洲都有代表分别来参加这一次台北会议，提供了一个这么好的场合，让大家能够相互学习以及探讨我们在民主上面的合作。
And it is a sign of solidarity amongst the democratic world for Taiwan. There are people coming to HFX Taipei who are friends of Taiwan and have been here many times, and there are people who are coming to HFX Taipei to Taiwan for the very first time to demonstrate their solidarity. And it really is a sign to the world of how many friends that Taiwan has at this time.
我相信这次的论坛可以展现我们团结一致的这个契机。此次的论坛有非常多的国际友人，已经不是第一次来到台湾参与这样子的盛会。那也有一些国际友人是第一次来到台北参加这个国际安全论坛。我相信借由这一次论坛的参与，可以展现所有人在国际上共同的捍卫台湾的一些团结一致以及重要的友谊。
Thank you, Peter. So this will be the last question, and next we will have Dongsun.
你好，我是东森新闻的记者张元春，想请问曹董事长有关国家安全的问题，就是您近期被这个谢寒冰指控有一些绯闻的照片，那您会不会觉得说这是可能中国那边在操作？那您对这件事情的真假有没有想要澄清的？那另外像是担任这个文化总会的职位，也遭到在野党的一些攻击，那对于这两件事情，你有什么想说的吗？谢谢。
My question goes to Mr. Robert Tsao on national security. Recently, a veteran media figure, Xie Hanbin, has accused you of having some affair with mainland Chinese women and also has exposed some indecent photos. Do you think this is a way that the Chinese regime is trying to manipulate information? And also, following a similar event, a member of the Central Commission has been accused of doing some misbehavior as well. What is your take on these concerns?
我觉得这是反映出这个中国啊，跟我们这个在台湾的中共的同路人啊，对于大罢免现在感到害怕啊，紧张，所以现在要用这个其实很不入流的，完全这个不成理由的理由啊，来这个抹黑，是吧？那我想我们也面对抹黑呢，我们持续要呼吁我们支持大罢免的群众啊，不要被这些影响啊，而且更要坚定我们大罢免的决心。因为从这个谢寒冰这个事情看出来呢， 他对基本的人权是不尊重的啊，对人的隐私是不尊重的啊，所以这种对人权不尊重、对隐私不尊重，就是在中国共产党统治下一个普遍的现象啊。所以我们今天为什么要罢免这些人呢？因为他们正在把台湾导向这样没有安全保障、没有道德水准啊、没有文明方向的这个境界去，所以我们要抵抗啊！我相信大家都希望活在一个尊重人权、尊重隐私、彼此互相尊重的社会啊！所以这个是我对这个抹黑的这些回应啊，谢谢。
I think the recent incident has indicated that China, along with those who take side with China, are afraid of the recent massive recall campaign in Taiwan. They are afraid of the success of the massive recall campaign, so they have begun by taking all means to tarnish me personally and also the reputation of a lot of key players. So here I would like to urge the public to continue to show your strong support for the massive recall. I think the media figure Xie Hanbing's accusation show that she had no respect for basic human rights. She has no respect for personal privacy, and this is actually coincides with the authoritarian rule under the CCP leadership. So I would like to call upon the general public to stand firm on the massive recall. I would like to urge everyone to show that we have bottom line, we have to respect the moral and ethics, and we have to protect the basic human rights and mutual respect in Taiwan society.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Robert. That concludes our Q&A sections. Thank you all for your questions and for joining us today. We will have a first sections of the forum begin shortly. So we appreciate your interest and coverage of HFX Taipei. See you.
以上这个新闻记者会就到此结束问答时间。接下来我们之后会即将展开论坛的第一个大会场次。谢谢大家。
结束了。
在2楼另外一侧的这个拍摄区，待会2点半的时候，维安团队会严格管制论坛出口的地方，所以要拍摄这个贵宾入场的画面的话，要麻烦到刚才的那个 standby 区域，谢谢。外方都有工作人员协助引导。
他原村那个，他刚住这里，他刚住这里。那我再等一下，看到了。
补充说明一下，稍后论坛的现场就不开放。
我们讲，好啊，我想你两个你过来你过来。对啊，你遐无去咯？我过看，我唔知伊食。我过看。我会抽筋的。这个是我准备的。大概你们要炒饭。因为必须还要炒饭。快点吧，牛好啦！我是蛮大的。曹兴诚最后一题。好啊。去哪里？
曹兴诚先生。
Mr. Robert Tsao, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HFX Taipei. My name is Peter Van Prague, and on behalf of everyone who worked so hard to bring this event to Taipei, welcome to the very first meeting that my organization, HFX, is putting on outside of North America. Every year since 2009, leaders from the democratic world come to Canada for the Halifax International Security Forum. Over the years, it has become an important meeting place for what I like to call the good guys. For those of you who do not know where Halifax is, and fair enough, I think that probably many of you, it is on the easternmost point of Canada on the North Atlantic Ocean, a long way from here. But it is not some coincidence that my organization chose Taipei as its very first meeting outside of North America. Taiwan is a vital democracy whose continued freedom and security is important not only to the people of Taiwan, but to the security of the entire world. And now we meet at HFX to explore Taiwan's security. At question is whether we live in a world where large countries can freely intimidate and ultimately invade their smaller neighbors. Over the next 2 days, we will hear words like lawfare, porcupine. We will explore what China might do, what the United States should do, and what the international community could do. But the key question, of course, is what is Taiwan going to do? Let me say that this event would not have been possible if not for Mr. Robert Tsao. His generous support brought HFX Taipei to life. Some of Taiwan's important friends and supporters are here in Taipei today because of him. We started having this discussion in the summer of last year. Through HFX Taipei, I wanted to bring democracies to Taipei to see and understand why Taiwan deserves the international community's friendship and support. Robert, I think, wanted something a little bit different. He wanted the people of Taiwan to see that Taiwan was not alone, and that it was part of a community of democratic partners willing to contribute to Taiwan's security. A wonderful match was born. We should be very proud of what we have accomplished together. HFX Taipei brings our mission here, building strategic cooperation among the world's democracies is what we do, and today Taiwan is at the center of it. So let me give the floor to Robert so that he can share with all of us what we hope to accomplish over the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
曹董事长，还有各位媒体界的朋友，欢迎大家来到今天的 HFX 台北。非常谢谢大家今天的莅临。那么我们也非常高兴能够看到HFX 首次跨出北美来到台湾举行这一次的国际安全论坛。我想在座可能有一些人不太认识哈利法克斯位于哪里哦。那么哈利法克斯其实是在加拿大的最东边，靠近这个北大西洋。那么在过去这么多年来呢，在 HFX 论坛上的众多好朋友努力的齐聚一堂，每年定期举办国际安全论坛。我把这些人称为所谓的好人。 那么在我们首次跨出北美来到台湾举行国际安全论坛，这并不是一个巧合，因为台湾是一个非常蓬勃发展的民主国家，而且近年来也面临到了许多邻国可能侵略，还有灰色侵扰的这个干扰，所以我们认为在最近大家可能经常听到这样子的字眼，包括灰色侵扰，这个野猪战略等等，所以这一次齐聚在台北，举办哈利法克斯国际安全论坛，就目的就是希望美国还有国际社会来共同探讨我们能做什么，我们应该做什么，而最重要的是台湾可以做什么。在此，我要特别感谢曹董事长非常大方慷慨的支持这一次论坛的举行，没有他的支持是不可能如此成功的举办今天的盛会。由于他的支持，让我们可以将国际友人带到台湾。我们从去年开始，准备了这个筹办此次的这个会议。大家认为，我们这一次能够在台湾举行这样子一个国际安全论坛，是一个非常好的配对。这代表了全球可以来到台湾见证国际社会对台湾的支持，还有对台湾的友谊。不过，我想曹董事长可能想的不太一样啊，他也许会想借由这一次的论坛有一点不一样的呈现，可以让国际社会看到台湾在民主发展的道路上并不孤独，而且台湾可以对国际安全做出贡献。那么这一次在接下来为期2天的台北哈利法克斯国际安全论坛呢，将会是所有民主阵营的集合，并且就位于台湾这个中心点。那么接下来我要邀请曹董事长来跟我们分享接下来2天论坛会讨论的重要议题。
I will use Chinese to do my remarks for the benefit of the domestic audience.
President Lai, Mr. Robert Tsao, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, welcome. My name is Peter Van Prague, and on behalf of everyone who worked so hard to bring you this event, welcome to the very first meeting that my organization, HFX, is putting on outside of North America. Welcome to HFX Taipei. Every year since 2009, the leaders from the democratic world come to Canada for the Halifax International Security Forum. Over the years, it has become an important meeting place for what I like to call the good guys. For those of you who do not know where Halifax is, and fair enough, I think that probably many of you, it is almost the easternmost point of Canada on the North Atlantic Ocean, a long way from here. Halifax is a deep water port, and during both World War I and World War II was the launching off point for Navy and cargo ships headed across the Atlantic Ocean to supply the winning war effort in Europe. It is also just down the road from Pictou County, where the Honorable Peter MacKay grew up. It was Peter who arrived here just this morning, who started Halifax International Security Forum when he was Canada's Defense Minister. Peter MacKay, thank you for making the trip. I want to take a second to recognize and thank the HFX Board of Directors who are here today. Dr. Janice Stein, our board chair from Toronto, Canada, Ambassador Mark Lippert, our vice chair from the United States, Dr. Luis Rubio from Mexico City, Mexico, Mr. JJ Omajua from Nigeria, and Mr. Dean Felk from Silicon Valley, also in the United States. Thank you for your commitment and for making the trip. And thanks to all of you who have traveled from every continent to be with us in Taipei at this important meeting. Jack McCain, General Ayer, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Robert Tsao, for your generosity and for making this meeting possible. Thank you, everyone from Taiwan, for your warm hospitality. It is an honor to be with you today, and especially you, President Lai. Thank you for being here to speak with us today. It is not a coincidence that my organization chose Taipei as its first meeting outside of North America. Taiwan is a vital democracy whose continued freedom and security is important not only to the people of Taiwan, but to the security of the entire world. We meet here today in this beautiful capital city of Taiwan exactly 80 years since United States Marines landed at Iwo Jima. Nearly 7,000 Marines died on a speck of an island thousands of miles from home and not too far from here to build a future where countries could not invade their smaller neighbors. 3 years ago next week, Russia invaded its smaller neighbor. I was there. I landed in Kiev from Istanbul on February 23rd and went from the airport to President Zelensky's office for a meeting with his national security advisor. President Zelensky was in the next room delivering a speech that explained to his country and to the world that the invasion was coming. I asked Alexei Danilov, the national security advisor, the key question: what is Ukraine going to do? He told me plainly, Ukraine will fight. Later that same night, Russia, unprovoked, attacked and invaded its smaller neighbor with military force. I could hear the bombing from my hotel room. Russia did not believe that Ukraine would fight, but President Zelensky's Ukraine fought. Ladies and gentlemen, it was because Ukraine fought that the world came together to support its heroic efforts. And President Zelensky's Ukraine is still fighting. Russia has more than 1 million dead and wounded young men. 1 million in 3 years of fighting. To put that into some perspective, Russia had just 50,000 casualties after 10 years of fighting in Afghanistan. And then Russia withdrew completely. So let's make no mistake. Despite tiny advances in the East over the past few months, Russia is spent, exhausted. Russia won't recover from the human cost of this war for at least a generation. And Russia did not achieve its military objectives, namely to capture Ukraine's capital city, murder President Zelensky, and install a pro-Kremlin leader. Russia began the war in Ukraine, and Russia lost the war in Ukraine. I know it, you know it, the whole world knows it. And now we meet at HFX Taipei to explore Taiwan's security. At question is whether we live in a world where large countries can freely intimidate and ultimately invade their smaller neighbors. Over the next 2 days, we will hear words like gray zone, lawfare, porcupine. We will explore what China might do, what the United States should do, and what the international community could do. But the key question, of course, is what is Taiwan going to do? Halifax, Iwo Jima, Kiev, Taipei. They are all connected in our shared fight for freedom and democracy. Because it is democracy, and only democracy, that leads to opportunity, lasting peace, and security. It is an honor to be here in Taiwan, this vibrant democracy. And more than that, it is an honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce President Lai. A former doctor by training, President Lai is no stranger to making tough decisions. Having served as legislator, mayor, premier, vice president, and now president, he knows politics pretty well. Taken together, President Lai has been a steady pair of hands navigating Taiwan through unprecedented challenge. And so far, he is succeeding. His polls have steadily risen since inauguration. The economy is poised to take off. And last week, he announced major defense reforms that will bring Taiwan closer to the US and other democracies. All of this will make Taiwan safer and more prosperous. It brings me great pleasure to welcome President Lai to HFX Taipei. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Halifax International Security Forum, President Peter Van Praag, Madam Abe Ake, Mr. Robert Tsao, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. To begin, I want to give a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests here at the very first Halifax Taipei Forum. The Halifax International Security Forum, held every year in Canada, has been an important gathering for freedom-loving nations worldwide. I would like to thank Halifax and President Van Praag for their strong support for Taiwan. Every year since 2018, Taiwan has been invited to participate in the forum. Last year, former President Tsai Ing-wen was invited to speak. And this year, Halifax has chosen Taiwan as the first location outside North America to hold a forum. As President Van Praag has said, while the security challenges ahead are too big for any single country to solve alone, there is no challenge that can't be met when the world's democracies work together. Today, we have world leaders and experts who traveled from afar to be here, showing that they value and support Taiwan. It demonstrates solidarity among democracies and the determination to take on challenges as one. I would like to express my gratitude and admiration to all of you for serving as defenders of freedom. At this very moment, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is still ongoing. Authoritarian regimes including China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran continue to consolidate. China is hurting economies around the world through its dumping practices. We face grave challenges to global economic order, democracy, freedom, peace, and stability. Taiwan holds a key position on the fourth island chain, directly facing an authoritarian threat. But we will not be intimidated. We will stand firm and safeguard our national sovereignty, maintain our free and democratic way of life, and uphold peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan cherishes peace, but we also have no delusions about peace. We will uphold the spirit of peace through strength, using concrete actions to build a stronger Taiwan and bolster the free and democratic community. I sincerely thank the international community for continuing to attach importance to the situation in the Taiwan Strait. Recently, U.S. President Donald Trump and Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru issued a joint leader statement expressing their firm support for peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and for Taiwan's participation in international affairs. As we face a complex global landscape, I call on the international community to take the following actions. First, as authoritarianism consolidates, democratic nations must also come closer in solidarity. Just a few days ago, the top diplomats of the U.S., Japan, and South Korea held talks underlining the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. They also conveyed their stance against any effort to destabilize democratic institutions, economic independence, and global security. On these issues, Taiwan will also continue to contribute its utmost. I recently announced that we will prioritize special budget allocations to ensure that our defense budget exceeds 3% of GDP. Soon after I assumed office last year, I formed the Whole of Society Defense Resilience Committee at the Presidential Office. This committee aims to combine the strengths of government and civil society to enhance our resilience in national defense, economic livelihoods, disaster prevention, and democracy. We will also deepen our strategic partnerships in the democratic community to mutually increase defense resilience, demonstrate deterrence, and achieve our goal of peace throughout the world. Second, let's create long-range global supply chains for the democratic community to deter the expansion of authoritarianism. It must have strong technological capabilities. This can serve as the backbone of national defense, promote industrial development, and enhance economic resilience. So, in addressing China's race supply chain and the impact of its dumping, Taiwan is willing and able to work with global democracies to maintain the technological strength among our partners and build resilient long-range supply chains. As a major semiconductor manufacturing nation, Taiwan will introduce an initiative on semiconductor supply chain partnerships for global democracies. We will collaborate with our democratic partners to form a global alliance for the AI chip industry and establish democratic supply chains for industries connected to high-end chips. The achievements of today's semiconductor industry in Taiwan can be attributed to our collective efforts. Government, industry, academia, and research institutions have to overcome various challenges over the last 50 years for us to secure this position. We hope Taiwan can serve as a base for linking the capabilities of our democratic partners so that each can play a suitable role in the semiconductor industry chain and develop its own strength, deepening our mutually beneficial cooperation in technology. This benefits all of us. Moreover, it allows us to further enhance deterrence and maintain global security. Third, let's unite to usher in peace. China has not stopped intimidating Taiwan politically and militarily. Last year, China launched several large-scale military exercises in the Taiwan Strait. Its escalation of ground aggression now poses a grave threat to the peace and stability of the Indo-Pacific region. As a responsible member of the international community, Taiwan will maintain the status quo. We will not seek conflict. Rather, we are willing to enhance in dialogue with China under the principles of parity and dignity, and work toward maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. As the agenda of this forum suggests, democracy and freedom create more than just opportunities. They also bring resilience, justice, partnerships, and security. Taiwan will continue working alongside its democratic partners to create a bright new era. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. I wish this forum every success. Thank you.
We're going to keep going. I would like to introduce Mr. Robert Tsao. This event would not be possible if not for Mr. Robert Tsao. His generous support brought HFX Taipei to life. Some of Taiwan's important friends are here in Taipei today because of him. We started having this discussion in the summer last year. Through HFX Taipei, I wanted to bring democracies together to see and understand why Taiwan deserves the international community's friendship and support. Robert, I think, wanted something a little bit different. He wanted the people of Taiwan to see that Taiwan was not alone and that it was part of a community of democratic partners willing to contribute to Taiwan's security. A wonderful match was born. We should be very proud of what we've accomplished here together. HFX Taipei brings our mission here. Building strategic cooperation among the democracies is what we do. And today, thanks to you, Robert, Taiwan is at the center of it. So let me give the floor to Robert Tsao so that he can share with us what we hope to accomplish over the next couple of days. Robert.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Halifax, for being here in Taipei. For the past 60 years, Halifax has been a powerful force bringing democracy together. It has consistently stood for freedom, justice, and opportunity, including in 2019, when it honored citizen protesters in Hong Kong, and in 2020, when it awarded former President Tsai Ing-wen for standing strong against the Chinese pressure. Last year, when we first began discussions about holding Halifax's first ever overseas event in Taiwan, we had one common objective: to use the power of democracy to strengthen Taiwan's security. We wanted the world to see Taiwan for what it is, a vibrant democracy deserving of international support. We also wanted to show the people of Taiwan that we do not stand alone. Today, this mission is more important than ever. As the international community is aware, the Chinese Communist Party is intent on the annexation of Taiwan by any means necessary. Through disinformation, economic coercion, military threats, and political disunion, they seek to divide our society, degrade our institutions, and destroy our democracy. They must not be allowed to succeed. This gathering brings together people from around the world to rally around the cause of democracy and the importance of Taiwan. From the US, Japan, Europe, and all corners of the world, we show that we are strong, united. I'm particularly grateful to Mrs. Akiabe, who, together with her late husband, former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, championed the cause of Taiwan and the friendship between Taiwan and Japan. And just as importantly, to the people of Taiwan, this event shows that Taiwan has a chorus of friends around the world. Despite our political differences here, we must come together for a greater good, the protection of our democracy and the way of life. We must fight back against China's effort to disenfranchise the people of Taiwan. And under President Lai's leadership, I'm confident we can succeed. I'm honored to be part of Halifax and proud to accept Peter's invitation to support this meaningful endeavor. I wish this event every success in the 2 days ahead. Thank you.
Okay, now please stay in your seats. We have a set change. It's not often or always that we have teleprompters, but that's what these are, and they're going to be removed. I'm going to introduce you to Nick Schifrin, who is going to moderate the next panel, and please stay in your seats and come and take this away.
In 40 years' time, do you think China will look more like Britain? Do you think, for example, there may be a democratically elected president?
So that's we come to the basic difference here. You believe yours is democracy, and we believe our system is democracy. We call it democracy of Chinese culture.
Hope that's not my mic. We are here, it is my mic, amongst friends. As Peter says, this forum is for friends. Let's see if the mic is out, but we are here amongst friends in this room as well. So many names and faces that we have gotten used to celebrating every November in Halifax. We are here to mark Taiwan, Taipei, a vibrant, vital city, and a territory that we have all come to know so well, and one that plays an outsized role on the world stage. But we are also here to talk about Ukraine. We are here to talk about democracy in Ukraine. We are here to talk about the fight between democracies and autocracies. And so while we are here in Taipei, we must remember what they are doing on the front lines as well. My name is Nick Schifrin. I'm the Foreign Affairs and Defense Correspondent for PBS NewsHour. Over the next hour and a half or so, we will have two fantastic discussions. One, the one that will start now, is democracy equals resilience. We will talk about Ukraine to begin with. We will talk about NATO and the West and where it goes from here. And then we'll welcome Joseph Wu to the stage, who will come back, I'm sure, before our panel starts. There's an old saying at PBS NewsHour, we don't throw curveballs, but we throw fastballs. And as you all know, Joseph is very good to mix metaphors at hitting fastballs, and we'll see how he does with many questions, both about the strategic environment that Taiwan faces in the region, but dare I say also the strategic environment that Taiwan faces with Washington. So we'll get to that in a minute, but first I want to start by introducing this fantastic panel. Let me first start with Olena. Olena Tregub is the Secretary General of the Independent Anti-Corruption Commission in Ukraine and the former Director for International Assistance Coordination at Ukraine's Ministry of Economic Development and Trade. Thank you very much. Welcome. Liam Maxwell, at the end there, is the Director of Government Transformation for Amazon Web Services and is the former Chief Technology Officer and National Technology Advisor for the British government. Liam, welcome. Thanks very much for being here. And the person who needs no introduction to Halifax, but I'll introduce you anyway, Peter. Peter MacKay, former Canadian Minister of Justice and Attorney General, former Canadian Minister of National Defense, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs. So, Peter, thank you very much. Olena, I think it is, most people in this room believe it's fitting that I start with you. And so I want to give you the chance to respond to something that everybody here who I've talked to and everybody in Munich, where I just was for the security conference, is talking about, and that is President Trump. Quote, "A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. Zelensky talked the United States into war. If the President of the United States does not support Kyiv, what is the impact on Ukraine and what is the impact on what Ukraine is fighting?"
First of all, thank you very much to Halifax Forum, to you, Peter, dear ladies, gentlemen, excellencies. I'm very honored to be here and speak about Ukraine. It's a very difficult day today after those words that you just quoted. But I'm happy that we are here among friends, among people who value freedom, because Ukrainians know that they want to live in a free country no matter what Donald Trump says. And Ukrainians know that Zelensky is not a dictator. Zelensky has the approval rating, their trust rating above 50%. And our journalists all over media now publish the different results of our polls even though these journalists are very critical of President Zelensky. But now some Ukrainians are saying if there is indeed election, even those who didn't vote for Zelensky will vote for him to show the Trump that he should not disrespect our legitimate, democratically elected leader. And during war, we remain democracy, we remain resilient. America is our main ally, and at the beginning of the invasion, 90% of our security assistance was coming from the United States. Right now, this percentage decreased. Right now, around 60% is from US and 40% from European allies. So for us, the question is, can Europe step in and replace American assistance? Because when it comes to Ukraine, there is no question. We will continue defending our country. It doesn't matter if our biggest allies support us or not. This is our country. Ukrainian society remains united. And what is interesting, those words that you quoted, they united our society even more. Because we feel that Donald Trump, unfortunately, is speaking the words of Russian disinformation. And it is such a shocking event for us to hear those words, that our even political parties and different investigative journalists, even anti-corruption organizations, they all come together to protect our democracy. So I think our resilience and our unity is the most important thing. And when I heard from your president here that you also in Taiwan have this concept of all society, defense, resilience, this is absolutely right approach. There is no other way for a smaller country to defend itself from a bigger country. If not for our society, we would not be able to withstand Russian aggression. Russia has 10 times bigger army at the beginning of this invasion than us. But because we all united and because we live in democracy, it helped us to repel Russian aggression, despite what at that time Biden administration expected, because even though they supported us, they didn't really expect that we will be able to put out such a fight. So I think the same will be now shown to Donald Trump, that we are resilient democracy beyond his expectations.
Liam Maxwell, you and your team were vital for Ukraine in the early days. You helped Ukraine migrate critical digital infrastructure into the cloud, and you also helped Ukraine's largest bank do something similar. Why is saving Ukraine's democracy important?
Very great, Matt. Sorry, my mic. Hopefully, check. That's on now.
Check.
Yep, check. Great, thanks. Yeah, we were very lucky to work with a brilliant team of Ukrainians right at the very beginning of the full-scale invasion to help migrate essentially the core registers and the core data of the state into the cloud. And that was primarily an exercise in trying to maintain continuity of government and continuity of the technology that runs government, so that a very strongly technical public service organization could continue to operate. And I think we've said many times that one of the great things about the lesson we learned with Ukraine was actually we learned this with lots of other countries as well. And shortly afterwards, we signed an agreement with Moldova. We've been working with other countries in the same region. We've done a similar thing with Armenia. You may notice a pattern. So we've been having a really interesting engagement with countries where they are looking for resilience. And I think this is the point that you were making as well, is that in the resilience and the continuity, That is one of the things which states need to have in order to continue to invest, to grow, to develop jobs, to develop skills, whether or not they're in a state of war or not. But it's one of the things we are now finding governments coming to us and saying, the lessons that you've learned from that actually apply to us now, not just to a country that's in a state of conflict. And that's really, really important because in states of natural disaster, in states of cyber attack, all of those same things, there are similar issues which happen. And that's one of the areas where we've really found a fundamental approach which we learned with the Ukrainians. And I think I need to put on the record here really quite early that one of the reasons why it worked, and this is one of the things which has a parallel with Taiwan, is that there's a tremendously capable, highly educated workforce, population in Ukraine, the same in Taiwan, which means that the ability to adapt and to become resilient is something they found easier than other governments may have done. And I think it's that investment in skills and investment in capability, which for years Ukraine did and pursued, is something which is, as we look as the long-term lessons from this, that's one of the things I would really point out.
Peter MacKay, you are a longtime supporter of Ukraine, you're a longtime supporter of Taiwan, and we'll let you get to Taiwan in a second, but I want to ask you about Ukraine first. What is the impact if President Trump fundamentally turns toward Moscow and away from Kyiv?
It's devastating were that to happen. In spite of the words that the president has spoken, I don't get the overwhelming feeling that that is the broad-held sentiment of people in the United States of America, North America, or among the Western allies. And we've heard other alarming statements that have been made in the past number of weeks, including directed towards Canada. And so one hopes that there is a prevailing belief that we have to continue to support Ukraine in meaningful ways, not just words, and that Putin cannot win. We simply cannot allow a bulwark of democracy in the region, as with Taiwan, to fall under the heavy boot of a larger, more militaristic, authoritarian country. And so the rallying around of allies and other democracies to provide reassurance, in addition to arms and other necessary defense systems, is key. And so, you know, I commend Peter and others and Evelyn for having these important conversations, which are sometimes necessary to unpack and interpret events that are happening in such an accelerated way. You just came from Munich, and I've been to Munich and other conferences, and Jack McCain is here, and I can think of no more ferocious defender of democracy than the late Senator John McCain. And we have other representatives of other countries here who stand up for democracies in ways that may not be truly appreciated in the moment. But in this moment, at this time, these discussions are absolutely essential to promote democratic values, freedom, justice, the rule of law. And the interpretation of what may be said on any given day or tweeted on any given hour in Washington is not the story. The full story, in the fullness of time, will see, in my opinion, victory in Ukraine, which is the return to their sovereignty, their self-determination, and the vibrancy that exists in the people, in the hearts and minds of Ukrainians.
History might bend toward justice, or the arc of history might bend toward justice, but the quote is that it might take a long time. I'm not sure the exact right words. But what if, as you're saying, the debates happen and yet they fall on deaf ears in the Trump?
Well, again, not to ever downplay or diminish the importance of the United States in the global preservation of democracy and the impact everywhere. We share the North American continent with America and Mexico, I'm quick to add. And so the essence of democracy is change. Governments, administrations come and go. So that arc of time is, as the Germans say, an Augenblick. It doesn't last. And so history is important and informative here. Canada was, in fact, accelerated towards democracy because of the threat of invasion from the United States after their Civil War. That seems like a very long time ago, but in European history, that was not that long ago. And so I think there are important lessons, not to repeat, but important lessons to sometimes lean upon, that democracies have to be defended. And in this moment in time, with uncertainty and great trepidation about what may come next, I still feel very confident that the United States will do the right thing, which is to strenuously defend the greatest democracy in the world, which they are, but the preservation of others in the furtherance of these great partnerships that we've established around the globe.
Elena Trego, I need to ask one more question about the Trump approach to Ukraine, and then we will expand out on this panel. But a leaked version of a U.S. proposal to Ukraine that covers the economic value of not only Ukraine's minerals, but its oil and gas resources and ports and undefined future infrastructure. That deal calls for the U.S. to take 50% of recurring revenues from extraction, 50% of any future licenses issued to the third parties, and there would be a lien on those revenues for the U.S. Just a few hours ago, President Trump was speaking to the pool on Air Force One, and he said that Ukraine had, quote, agreed to that deal more or less, and that when Treasury Secretary Bessent arrived in Kyiv, he was treated rather rudely, because essentially they told him no. What does the text of that agreement say about the U.S. approach to Ukraine going forward?
From what we can see, what is publicly available, the text of the agreement is definitely a non-starter, because any Ukrainian president who would sign something like that would not be even considered legitimate leader of Ukraine by the people, because the conditions are such that we basically give up all those resources and revenues from existing and the new resources that we still need to explore, and in exchange basically we don't get anything. We just, it's a retrospective payment for the previous security assistance, which Donald Trump in his statements exaggerates like 3 or 4 times. And this is not a fair deal. Ukraine actually wants to have agreement with the United States where we will have a mutually beneficial setup where we would indeed provide licenses to explore our critical minerals, rare earth minerals, but we want to see it as a way of security guarantee for Ukraine, that US would invest in those developments. US would also invest in producing products on Ukrainian territory, so that we also have some value added, and US of course will also benefit from that, but it's absolutely not the deal that we were offered. This agreement and this deal was offered to President Trump by President Zelensky even before presidential election, when President Zelensky traveled to New York to meet Trump in Trump Tower, and he presented to him their 4-point peace plan. And one of the points was this, like our economic cooperation, because we understand the mentality of the new administration is very much based on economic interest, transactional relations, so we understand this too. However, it seems that Donald Trump misunderstood us, and we hope that this misunderstanding will be cleared and we will come to a good deal.
Liam Maxwell, I see you writing some notes before, so I will give you the opportunity if you wanted to jump in on Ukraine, but I also wanted to give you the opportunity to expand on what you began to talk about before, which is zoom out for us. Democracy equals resilience. You have been around the world seeing this. How does democracy equal resilience?
In many circumstances, and to give you an example, just within governments and public services, the ability to have transparent accountability for expenditure and transparent procurement within government is one of those components of the delivery of democratic accountability to citizens. Because citizens pay taxes and they want to get the services back from their taxes for which they paid, and they want those services to be as good as any other service that they can get from a bank, from a financial institution, from similar. And the resilience that they need in that place is they need to trust government. And that's one of the things that we learned when we were building the British system, but also Australia, New Zealand, Canada, all of those digital services, that if you don't trust the government, you're not going to take part in those services. It actually makes government very much more expensive to run. So that ability to know that money is being spent appropriately, that services are being delivered appropriately, is right at the heart of what a proper, effective government can deliver. And the ability to show that transparency is particularly important. Last year we commissioned a report from the Open Data Institute, which is the fundamental part of the transparency movement, to identify where those changes happened. And it's interesting because Elena won't know that this is the result from it, I would imagine. But it actually pulled out one of the top countries for that was Ukraine. The ability for Ukraine to have effective, open, transparent government, the use of its ProZorro engagement, was a fundamental part of identifying how to do government better and how to do it effectively. And I go back to this idea about the fact, and I suppose coming back to the theme of the wider theme that we see around the world, is it's those governments that can take an leverage the asymmetry that technology can help you provide to deliver brilliant services and brilliant government is one of the areas where we see worldwide governments taking that, grasping that nettle and doing it. And Ukraine is one of those governments that we see. We also see changes like that in Brazil. We see changes like that across Europe at the moment as well, and places like Sweden really grasping that approach. So I think it's the thing that we see, and the thing that we see, where we see democracy and its accountability in the fact that governments are transparent and open, is one of those areas where we see fundamental growth and the change and economic growth within the government sector.
Peter McKay, as I said, you've been a long supporter of Ukraine and Taiwan, so let's switch to Taiwan. What is the impact of what we've been talking about in terms of President Trump's pressure on NATO, Europe, and Ukraine on Taiwan and how it should think about U.S. support in the future?
Before I come to that, I just want to quickly pick up on Liam's last point about how technology, which is so vibrant here, but also in Ukraine, and how that embrace of accountable government and the ability of the citizens to interact with their government, I believe is becoming more and more important to the preservation and the promotion of democracy, because it underscores people's belief in their government or not. And it's the or not that is important here, because democracy is the ability for the people to change their government without the sound of a gun. And it's fragile. And it's not certain always. And democracies are frail. And of course, as Churchill famously said, the worst except compared to all the others. But But democracy has to be fought for at times too. And here in Taiwan, I think we're seeing some of the similar anxieties, and we're living in this age of anxiety, but the anxiety over what may come as a result of changes happening far from their shores, but that assurance of protecting democracy seems to be receding. And yet, as in other countries, diversifying and strengthening and shoring up your connective tissues with other democracies, which is certainly what Halifax and other forums promote, is the buttress to anybody pulling back. Anyone, even the biggest and greatest. Because the connective tissue that I speak of, I think, is still going to be the protective armor for democracies in times like this. I think that reassurance and confidence and sharing of experience can be reassuring against some of this incredible anxiety that people are feeling, citizens are feeling, governments are feeling. So, to your question, Taiwan needs to look to other countries as well and needs to strengthen trade, exchange, military. I note that, again, a little self-promotion here for Canada, we have the HMCS Ottawa traversing the Taiwan Straits. That small but important symbol of protection of this democracy has to continue, but has to expand and has to become more obvious, more prevalent. And at the same time, I do strongly believe that the spontaneous utterances that we're hearing do not really denote the massive shift in policy that is going to undermine democracies around the world. I don't want to believe that. And I do believe that the institutions of both the United States and other countries will prevent the complete collapse or even massive erosion of democracy. Those institutions will hold strong.
But you're saying Taiwan needs to diversify because why? The U.S. is no longer, Secretary Hegseth put it, the guarantor of security.
Not the guarantor perhaps that it was 2 weeks ago, but a guarantor nonetheless, because we're not into a shooting war, we're not into invasion. And look, just to put it in a recent perspective, when Russia first invaded Ukraine, it was 2014, it was Crimea, was the first, but it had been going on for years before that. In the same insidious way, I say in this forum, that we are seeing the type of cyber attacks that all countries are under, including our own. Foreign interference is a very real issue. So it isn't just the crossing of international borders, it's the use of technology, quite frankly, that is a very real threat to all democracies. Once again, on the positive side, the shared interaction, and with great minds like Liam and others who are able to use technology not to weaponize, but to defend and to push back in very meaningful ways. We have the most sophisticated, informed generation in world history, and they have the information in the palm of their hands. That is going to continue, and countries like Taiwan have harnessed this, in my estimation, like no other.
They also have TikTok in the palm of their hands, though, too. So.
They do, which is going to be limited, I suspect.
Elena Tregub, you started talking about this before, but lessons for Taiwan to take from Ukraine. You work on anti-corruption, you work in civil society. What civil society lessons does Taiwan need to take now to become more resilient whenever the crisis hits?
Yes, thank you for this question, because we believe in Ukraine that the reforms that Ukraine underwent after Revolution of Dignity after 2014, they actually helped us to withstand Russian aggression. What we did, we opened up. And this is the lesson, I guess, that we can share, that the state, even the government institutions that are working in a very sensitive sectors, such as defense and security, they should become more transparent and more open to include society. In 2019, with the help of my organization, we adopted the law on national security of Ukraine, where we stated that society is an integral part of defense for Ukraine. And it includes everything. It includes democratic civilian oversight over military, over defense spending. It includes participation in defense of the territorial forces which were created after the invasion, when civilians form the units to help the army in case of their beginning of the war. It includes also a participation of society in defense reform, participation of society in building up their defense industrial complex. In Ukraine, society really entered this sector and helped to protect our country, helped to fill the gaps that our government had. We are a young country, young democracy. Our state, even though it is functional and resilient, it still lacks a lot of capacity. It still is sometimes not very institutional when it comes to big security functions. And you know, we have huge funds in Ukraine who started collecting money from society to buy drones. Then we had think tanks who helped draft reforms to help us adjust our military to NATO standards more, so that we have more horizontal army, command-driven army, where people can take decisions in a more decentralized way. When they are facing dangerous situation, they don't wait to hear what the top official says. They are agile. And this is what really saved us. And I think this is what Taiwan should do. They should really try to build this cohesion. When I explain the way Ukraine works to our partners, even US are surprised when the inspector from Department of Defense, Mr. Storch, who is overseeing security assistance to Ukraine, when they come and when they learn how much society has oversight over defense spending. We created Anti-Corruption Council of the Ministry of Defense. We participate in this monitoring of Prozoro platform, which Julian mentioned. All non-lethal procurement goes through Prozoro. And we even created supervision in over lethal spending. When they learn about it, this is unprecedented. Pentagon doesn't have it. European countries don't have it. So everybody is surprised how come the sector can be so open and transparent, but this is our survival mechanism, and I think it would work well for Taiwan as well.
But you're not suggesting that corruption in Ukraine is over.
Corruption in Ukraine is very much exaggerated, and it is used against us as a narrative by Russia. It's part of the strategic, disinformation, cognitive warfare against Ukraine. Of course, we have so many anti-corruption investigations because we have so many anti-corruption institutions. We have a system where all government officials declare their assets, where we monitor all procurement, and sometimes, very often, where we see inefficiencies, Ukrainians immediately say, oh, it's corruption. But in reality, the fact that we have so many of these cases and we deal with them, we should turn it into our achievement, actually.
Meaning there is corruption, but you're fighting it, and that is the proof that we are a resilient democracy. Peter, sorry.
Well, Western countries, I think, and Canada among them, were very involved pre-Russia's invasion to help Ukraine build that capacity of anti-corruption. It is the reason and the narrative at the Bucharest summit in 2008 that NATO did not grant Ukraine membership action. But what was just stated in terms of this incredible learning that Ukraine has been undergoing as a result of this invasion, it's exactly why NATO should be granting them membership. This is going to be the most instructive war that NATO has ever observed. And yet, there are still member countries who are dragging their heels. And I was at that conference in 08.
I think it's more than dragging their heels at this point.
Yeah, they're
erecting barriers.
Correct, erecting barriers, which will ultimately be very much to their detriment, in my opinion.
Liam Maxwell, bring us back to Taiwan. You've worked in Taiwan, AWS works in Taiwan. What technological lessons should Taiwan take from Ukraine?
I think one of the things that we found talking about the way that the resilience of Taiwan was, of Ukraine was so demonstrated to us was a point that Elena raised earlier, which is it's the whole of society resilience, which is really important, because in an era of hybrid warfare, you're not going to get just kinetic effects. There's a lot of attacks on Ukraine and Ukrainian society. And so that approach to, I mean, we talk about it sometimes and say it's wealth and health. It's trying to make sure that the country is in a position to be as prosperous as possible and as resilient and resilience helps that be a part. So technological resilience of the technology platforms that you use to ensure that your society operates and the continuity of that is fundamental to it. But could I just come to another point, which I think is one of the learnings from Ukraine, which we saw. It reflects something that we tried to do in Amazon. Amazon is very famous for its leadership principles, but also one of the key things and reasons why we as a company can go fast is because we deploy an idea around one-way and two-way doors in decisions. That you try to deploy as far to the edge in the entire organization, this idea that people can take decisions. And if they can take decisions, take them quickly. And if it's a two-way door decision, if you think you've got 70% of the way there, take that decision. It's really interesting that it's a very similar approach to what you've been doing within the military. Yes. And so as coming back to your question, what would I, if I was a country and organization thinking about working in the most resilient way, I would start thinking about those one-way, two-way doors and devolve decision-making down as far as you can so that people can take decisions quickly, effectively. And a two-way door decision is a decision you can come back to. And that's one of the things that civil services, I know very well. I lived in the world of Yes Minister and Whitehall. It can sometimes
we come from the world of beef, so.
It can be sometimes be very difficult to take those decisions because you don't get a grasp of the risks. Take two-way door decisions quickly, and that would be my one takeaway.
Do you know if Taiwan is doing that already?
I don't at this point. I don't. We're in our government business. We're quite new to Taiwan. We've been here since 2011. We've switched. We've launched and announced a major investment in Taiwan this year, which is a multi-year investment of infrastructure. So we are learning at this point.
Peter McKay, there's been a lot of discussion in Washington when it comes to Taiwan about Taiwan spending more money, taking more responsibility for its own defense, and prioritizing an asymmetric defense. Today, do you think Taiwan has done enough toward those goals?
Those are familiar demands to a Canadian. And so are they doing enough? I think they're doing all they can. Why wouldn't they? You know, democracy is resilient when there's opportunity. And I think, you know, again, looking past the negativity that we feel, there is opportunity here. opportunities, as I said, to reach out, to diversify, to cozy up to other democracies, but in terms of business opportunity as well, those partnerships, trade agreements, you know, we hear the downside of tariff, but there's an upside to trade, and renewed and restored, and in some cases pronounced trade agreements for Taiwan, I think, are actually becoming a better opportunity in Europe, throughout the Asia Pacific, and in parts of North America. So I know exactly what it feels to hear that your country is not doing enough. We live in sort of a splendid isolation, I think, in North America sometimes. But we have vulnerabilities in our country as well. North America and the Arctic region is now becoming a very real vulnerability. And for that reason, and again, we have aggressive neighbors who, if we're not in Ukraine, would very likely be just across the water in the Arctic, menacing Canada and North America. We also see China expressing a very real interest in calling themselves a near Arctic neighbor, wanting to traverse the Northwest Passage, part of which is internal Canadian water. And so are we doing enough? I would say, again, for emphasis, we're doing all that we can. We want to do more. Democracy is also predicated on a performing economy and your ability to generate wealth, to be competitive, to send products. In the case of Taiwan and Ukraine, it's very often technology. There's another parallel because Ukraine was a very, very forward-leaning part of the world when it came to aerospace and defense. We used Ukrainian helicopters in Afghanistan. And Canada, on the other hand, has God-given wealth of resource, oil and gas in particular, but foodstuffs, grains, things that we can send into the world where they're needed most. And so that allows you to generate more, to put into your aspirational goal of 2 or 3 or 5% of your GDP spending on defense. And so I think you're going to see greater emphasis and recognition of the geopolitical shifting sands that will force countries to do more. But that also means more trade, more opportunity, and more wise investment for their own sovereignty protection and projection of sovereignty and democracy for other countries.
So is Taiwan doing enough?
Taiwan, I think, can and will do more, as will Canada.
So I have time for about one more round, and then I will open it up to the audience. So please get prepared with your questions. Olena Tregub, we've been talking about Taiwan. You described your lessons for Taiwan in terms of civil society. And I wonder also if there are other lessons that you believe Taiwan should take in terms of the sense of unity that Ukraine has felt. I've been going to Ukraine for more than a decade, since the Maidan, since 2014. It's not a cliche to say that when I was in Kharkiv in 2014, there were mixed responses to the Russian invasion of Crimea and then annexation. Today we have, there is no mixed response, I would argue, in Ukraine. And I wonder if there's a lesson for Taiwan in that, which, as we'll get to in our next session, does have political divisions today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking that, because that's the other important point I wanted to mention. In Ukraine, we did not fully understand how much information can be weaponized. And for many years in Ukraine, we allowed Russian narrative to dominate. We allowed Russian TV channels, media, pro-Russian politicians to broadcast their views. And our people, especially in the East, they were influenced very much by these fake narratives. And this is why the unity was not quite there. Once the missiles started hitting buildings and killing babies, then the unity emerged immediately. And we made a mistake that we did not prohibit all this malign Russian information influences after 2014. We should have done it earlier. Instead, we did it only in 2022, after, as I said, the missiles started coming. And the same thing about how Russian Orthodox Church was influencing people. Also, it's essentially the department of an FSB. They are weaponizing church, Russians weaponizing media, weaponizing church. They are exploiting our openness, our democracy, our pluralism in Ukraine, using it against us. And we did not expect that it will be weaponized to the extent that they will, start the kinetic war, but it happened. So Taiwan should be very careful with this, because I am sure that China is spreading the same narrative about Taiwan as Russia spread about Ukraine, that it's a messy, corrupt democracy. But China is not corrupt, Russia is not corrupt, North Korea is not corrupt, Iran is not corrupt, right? Because these authoritarians, they say that these democracies, they are completely incapable, they are factless, they are weak, they are corrupt, but we autocracies, we the ones who give you good life. And this is the narrative that Russia was spreading through those TV channels and influencing those people you talked to. Because they were saying, look, Ukraine, you changed so many MPs, many presidents, but what is your result? If you join Russia, your salary will grow, you will have order, you will have no corruption. Of course, this is fake. Putin is probably the richest man in the world. How did he become such a rich man without corruption? But nobody talks about it because people who talked about it are dead in Russia. And this is the lesson, I think, very important, that information matters. It's a cognitive warfare. And you should be preparing your society to resist this warfare.
Liam Maxwell, let me ask you a pointed question. From where you sit, what would be the impact if Beijing invades, blockades Taiwan?
I think the effect on supply chains would be extremely severe at that point. And it's something that we hope would very much not happen, I think. We all saw what happened, think about what happened during COVID, which interrupted supply chains a small amount. And then think about what happens if you actually start to interrupt the supply chain of things where only only the components of some things are only made in Taiwan. So that is a major change. And that brings us back to that idea about societal resilience, nation-state resilience, not just in Taiwan, but also in countries around the world, is to sit and understand and game out what happens when you're faced with these questions. I work with governments around the world. I work with about 60 governments. And we have engagements with them where the questions that are coming back from those customers to us now are help us understand what happens if something goes wrong. Help us game out what happens if there is an incident, if there is a natural disaster, if there is a cyber attack. Because going back to my previous point, the trust of the citizens in the society is that you're a government, that your systems work, that they'll be there. If I need to get my benefits paid, they will be paid on Friday. If I need to have a health appointment, it's going to be there. If you have those things in place, if you have the continuity of government that's possible, that means the heavy lifting of running a society has been resolved. And I think it is really incumbent on all governments to try and be in that position where they are resilient, able to have continuity of government. And I would say an example of that was the education system, the university application system in Ukraine, which my team put together, which meant that anybody, no matter where they were in the world, could take their Ukrainian university entry exams. And that was not a sign of defiance, it was a sign of strength to say, we're still here, we've still got a government, we're still working, and you can still, life carries on. And that's actually one of the most powerful things that we can help people provide.
Again, this is my final question, and then we'll turn to the audience. Peter MacKay, forgive me for bringing it back to Trump, but I think this will give you an opportunity to perhaps say in something a larger point. When the President of the United States argues it's okay to annex Greenland on the basis of national security, including using military force, when it's okay to use economic force to perhaps force Canada to become the 51st state, does that erode the moral ground, the moral high ground, to argue that Beijing should not invade Taiwan?
Well, look, firstly, Canada's never going to be the 51st state of the United States. As much as we admire and partner with and work with on so many levels, it's just not in the cards. I think the point was made in a very articulate way that authoritarian, totalitarian countries like to poke holes in democratic countries and say, you see, one that comes to mind when there's a big protest in a democratic country. You see how out of control these democracies are. Imagine letting your people go out into the streets and protest. Well, what happens in totalitarian countries like Iran, like Russia, like China, is that they crush the people. They arrest them. They eliminate them. They disappear. And this is what is the real narrative. And the people in those countries that crave democracy, that civil societies that promote it, the use of communication that tells those in non-democratic countries what's really happening in the rest of the world. It's why the media are so important. And I'm not blowing smoke, but it is so important to get those stories out. Does it justify or in some way mollify China invading Taiwan to say, look at what the President of the United States is saying about Greenland, Denmark, Canada, Panama? No, absolutely not. There is no moral equivalency. Number one, these are musings. These are mouthing words, not actually sending shock troops into the streets to crush democratic expression. The very essence, the very lifeblood of democracy is people's dissent and their willingness, ability to express that to the people who they've elected, who they can unelect. And that is, as I said before, not only fragile, it can be fleeting. We saw one of the most tragic examples in my lifetime of what happened in Afghanistan. They had for a brief moment a taste of what it would be like to go and mark a ballot without a gun. And so I think the hard lessons of democracy are that indeed it is worth fighting for. It is worth also reaching out to other democratic countries, as flawed as they may be, and saying, help us. And the last thing I'll say is when your friends and partners pull back, and when they very deliberately say, we don't want to be your friend anymore, you have to find other friends. And you have to work hard sometimes to keep those friendships up so they don't pull away. But if that is the determination, then you simply have to wait for cooler heads to prevail and go out and fortify your other friendships, because they're there. There's a lot of countries who I know are very much interested in engaging in meaningful relationships. And that's what it comes down to. Relationships that are built on trust and the knowledge that they have your back when you need them most.
On that note, let's open it up to the audience. I'm just going to look around and just see where our hands are, make sure I don't miss anyone. All right, so we'll start on this side and then we'll come around.
I'm Lobsang Sengye, former Tibetan president. I went to Kyiv for 36 hours last October, and 3 Shahed drones hit And I didn't run to the bunker, I slept in my hotel room. So I went there to show solidarity. But my question is, with the President Trump and President Zelensky, what prompted the reaction from Trump was President Zelensky called impromptu press conference to his office, and things that he said led to this escalation of rhetoric. So my question is, will you advise Taiwan, each time President Trump says something about Taiwan, should President of Taiwan also call impromptu press conference to respond to President Trump or not?
Elena, you want to answer?
Oh, that's a very sensitive question. I think, in my opinion, I think the best now for the president in such situation to wait a bit and to let other partners speak for him. Like, for example, the former British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, who has good relationship with Trump. He should stand up and defend Zelensky. Some other leaders who Trump respects should defend Zelensky. Ukrainian civil society, even critics of Zelensky, should defend Zelensky, because what President Trump said about Zelensky is not true and not fair. This is why there are many people who can defend him, and Zelensky, he tried to respond with facts, but I just think you can respond with facts, but the tone should be more, that you should start with some good things that Trump is saying, because Trump is constantly saying that he is very sorry that so many of our people died. And this is, if he is truly sorry for our children, for our soldiers, for our women who died, this is a good thing, because this is what we have in common. Ukrainians want peace, and Ukrainians want to stop this war more than anybody. But Ukrainians understand that the deal that Trump is considering signing and that pushing us to sign may lead to more bloodshed and may lead to more dead Ukrainians. So if Trump is sorry about dead Ukrainians, he should make sure that no more Ukrainians will die. And right now, his deal actually is the opposite of that. And so this is why we should try to find a common ground with him, even though these words that he's saying are painful and unfair.
All right, keeping moving across the room. There was a woman here, yeah, right next to the cameras here. And then I'll keep shifting and I'll come back.
Yeah, okay, so good afternoon. I have an hypothetical question.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Alicia Garcia Herrero. I'm a Southern European based in Taipei at the moment. My question is the following. It's about friendship. And this is the hypothetical question. What if your friend isn't there? Can we find friendship without the United States of America or without his president? Can we do that? The rest of the world, to support Ukraine, to support Taiwan? Can we do it, or do we have to give up?
I'm not sure it's a hypothetical question. This is exactly what you were addressing at the end, so take that on through.
I mean, you always want the United States to be your friend. And I think the vast, vast majority of Americans that I've encountered in my lifetime and through politics and otherwise have a real affinity for other Western countries, Canada included. And so I think you can simultaneously pursue those friendships and that attachment and partnership that we crave, but also perhaps at various moments in time, this being one of them, lean on others. And you can't respond, just to go back very briefly to the question, you can't respond to every sling and arrow that comes your way. You can't. You got to govern. You have to make important internal decisions and external decisions. And if you're just responding to one, albeit very loud voice, it's going to have, I think, a detrimental impact over time. There's an expression, roughly, you can't fight with a skunk, right? You'll get smelly and the skunk likes it. So there's no point, in some cases, responding each and every time there's a rhetorical thunderbolt that comes out. But I think there is enough resilience, to use that word again, amongst the Western allies to continue to strengthen the ties that bind.
There was a hand right on this side. Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Ming Chang. I'm actually a Taiwanese American. I have a question for Elena. Obviously, we all heard a very controversial remark from President Trump. And if you have a direct communication to the people of the United States and all members of the Congress, I'm sure many of the members in Congress will have different opinions with President Trump. What kind of message would you like to relate to them?
Yeah, thank you for your question. First of all, Ukraine is very grateful to the people of the United States for supporting us. Without the assistance that we have received, it would have been very difficult to control majority of our territory, to live in a free capital, to even have control over a part of Russian territory in Kursk. American assistance made us stronger. We're very grateful for that. And we also should remember that majority of American voters, including Trump voters, they do support Ukraine. They do. And now we saw in the Congress, even Republican Party, their members of his party spoke to support Ukraine and spoke to say that his words against Ukraine are not fair. And we need more people in America to speak up. That's what we would want to ask them to do, because we sometimes in Ukraine, we wonder, because we are such a vibrant democracy, and if our president does something we don't like, we immediately stand up and speak up and protest. And the same way Americans should understood that if Donald Trump has intention to betray Ukraine, it will be the biggest betrayal in history, which will also jeopardize their own national security, because it completely is against their own interest as a nation. And they should look at it and tell President that they are not happy with those decisions, and we hope they will.
Jane Harmon, former member of U.S. Congress, and very disappointed in the timidity of my former colleagues on this topic. I was in Ukraine in 2014 on an NDI delegation led by Madeleine Albright to observe the fair and free election in Ukraine of Poroshenko. And I remember Madeleine commenting that Russian penetration of Ukrainian TV was enormous. And in spite of that, it was a fair and free election. Now we have social media in massive amounts, and that wasn't mentioned here. And my question is there any way to prevent or at least reduce Russian disinformation on social media, and will it become even more potent than penetration of TV?
Liam, is that something that you want to engage on?
I think technically there is a way for that, and I would like to call out there are other technology companies that worked very strongly to help with the stopping of disinformation into Ukraine at the beginning of the war, and so that is technically possible. But that again is an operational decision that people need to be able to take, and I'm really not the person to say whether or not that should be the thing, but that's very much your area.
I might just take a quick run at that, and Jane Harmon is a perfect example of a great American representative who has engaged all over the world in terms of promoting democracy, as did John McCain. I mean, it's a terrific question. Nick, you and I have young kids, and you mentioned TikTok, and there are others that are now this democratic platform for people to say anything But this is an age-old debate that predates internet and technology about what you can actually say about a person. And it used to be the protection could be found in the courts. And you could sue somebody, you could push back through libel laws. That seems to have gone out with the tide. But the same debates are coming back now about what you can say about a person or a country or a policy and misrepresent and weaponize words, as was stated. And I think all countries are struggling with this. Totalitarian countries, ironically, don't, because they shut it down. They simply eliminate people's ability to communicate. We saw that in Iran when people were in the street and they were using social media to organize and to push back, the woman life freedom movement. And so there has to be, and this is my view, a clarion call for the big tech companies, many of whom are quite now very prominent in the new American administration, ironically, to take greater responsibility for the material that is being purveyed on those platforms, particularly when it is so pernicious and so misleading and undermining these principles of democracy, of what's fair, what's true, what's accurate, and what's dangerous, and remove some of that content. But any time that discussion gets to the point of, okay, that's your responsibility because you're making billions of dollars off this platform, but it's freedom of speech. Well, it's not freedom of speech if you're trying to stoke warfare, you're trying to discredit and eliminate your opponents. And I don't think we've advanced nearly far enough in that discussion in all our countries.
Intelligence officials on background criticized X for not having any filters for disinformation, but they did so before the election. I haven't heard that call from them since.
Can I add just briefly about X, because
just quickly, and then I want to get to one more question.
Just very quickly, what we've noticed, like in recent months, the Ukrainian voices on X and pro-Ukrainian voices, they went down and they became less visible. And we wonder, is it okay that the algorithms of X are not transparent? Elon Musk is not explaining us how X works. So is it some fair algorithms that brought Ukrainian voices down, or is it manipulated now by the Trump closest advisor? And this is, we're not even talking here about Russian social media like Telegram, which are like highly dangerous, but you see there are these issues even in the United States which you addressed, and they are not addressed in the US.
All right, I think we've got time for one more question. Nancy over here at the end. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anyone. Okay, let's try it. Let's do Nancy right here, and then I'll try and come back. Yeah.
Hi, Nancy O'Kale. I'm the president of the Center for International Policy, and thank you so much for this fascinating conversation and candid discussion. Elena, I mean, what you've mentioned about the unity in Ukraine in response to the threats or the comments from President Trump is really admirable, and the resilience, and even saying like even the critics are now united. And we've seen this around the world, like from other countries that, have like felt and sensed that kind of threat. However, at the same time, left for so long, that could be a recipe for repression and authoritarianism. It's like the saying of like, no voice should be louder than the sound of the battle. And how concerned are you that this could be a slippery slope towards, giving up freedoms and also, like a vibrant democracy, and this happens everywhere. Like even in the United States after 9/11, it's like people were willingly giving up their own freedoms and allowing surveillance because there's the external threat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this question. No, I'm not worried about it. When I read some articles that are like expressing concern that Ukraine becoming authoritarian, or when Donald Trump calls Zelensky dictator, I just laugh because in Ukraine we have so many voices that are speaking against Zelensky, against the current Minister of Defense. We have so many investigative journalists, and nobody is disappearing like in Russia. Nothing happens. People can speak even during the war. I received phone calls from Ukrainian national radio, which is state-owned, and they ask me, do you think our Minister of Defense is bad? Is Zelensky a bad president? They ask me questions like that during war. I'm sometimes amazed myself, you know. At the same time, people think that we will become autocratic. No, what is our real danger is that we will have divisions in society and start fighting from within. This is a bigger threat that we have in Ukraine. And this is what should be avoided.
On that note, I think that's, unfortunately, we're about out of time. So on that note, I think that's a good note to end on. So Elena, Liam, and Peter, thank you very much, and thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Liam.
Saw you from the monitor.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
While we let Joseph Wu come, those of you who attend Halifax every year know that I do this brief, and Joseph will now see this as he walks in. Good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you here in Taiwan.
I will just give a brief here, Joseph, you can sit, just a brief opening here, that Taiwan faces 3 strategic environments, and Joseph, I'm giving away my first questions. The first, of course, is Beijing, and that almost goes without saying, but we need to talk about its coercion. The second, as we've been talking about, is President Trump, and Washington. We'll talk about that. And the third is domestic politics, and it does connect to President Trump and whether this government will be able to execute on the plans that it has. So with that introduction, Joseph Wu, thank you very much. Director General of the National Security Council, former foreign minister. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Wonderful to see you.
Let's start with those 3 aspects of the security environment. Can you give us a sense of how you feel about Beijing's coercion today, and also what timeline is Xi Jinping on?
There are several aspects I can comment on this. The pressure on Taiwan has been increasing, and the kind of pressure would include economic coercion, military coercion, hybrid warfare, gray zone activities, things like this. And they've been gearing up all these kinds of pressure against Taiwan. For instance, on the military pressure against Taiwan, there were several rounds of large-scale military exercises last year. Just give you 2 examples very quickly. In October, there was a Joint Sword 2024B exercise. Within 13 hours, they mobilized more than 130 sorties. It's a very serious threat against Taiwan. And in December last year, they did not announce it, but in our count, they assembled about 90 ships, close to 100 ships in the East China Sea, in the Taiwan Strait, in the West Pacific, and also in the South China Sea, as if they are going to launch a war against all these 3 countries on the first island chain. So the military threat against Taiwan is increasing, and it is something that we have to deal with. But other than that, there's also hybrid warfare. Right. You know, mentioned about disinformation, TikToks, things like that.
And Xi Jinping's timeline?
On this issue, I'm not Xi Jinping lawyer. I don't work in Zhongnanhai, so I cannot speak for him. But we understand that there's a lot of talk in China or in the international community that maybe there's a time, like 2027, the PLA is going to invade Taiwan.
Or Xi Jinping, I believe the U.S. intelligence assessment is that Xi Jinping has asked the PLA to be ready
exactly.
to invade.
That is more exact in the information. We saw that Xi Jinping has demanded that the PLA needs to get ready, but he did not mention about the get ready and then they will invade. But the most important thing for us is that, seeing the case in Ukraine, we know war is a disaster for everybody, especially if there's a war involving Taiwan and the semiconductor supply chain is disrupted, or the maritime transportation along the Taiwan Strait is disrupted. It would have a global impact. I know there's a study, very good study, shows that there will be about 10% GDP, global GDP affected. So under these kinds of circumstances, the primary objective of Taiwan government is to stop war from happening. We don't want that. I don't think international community needs that. And in order to stop that, we need to have deterrence. We need to strengthen our defense capabilities, and we need to have international friends. So for that, for Halifax to bring friends to Taiwan to show support is highly appreciated.
So let me ask about the second aspect of the strategic environment you face, and that is Taiwan's most important friend. President Trump has been publicly critical of Taiwan, repeatedly accusing Taiwan of, quote, taking all our chip business, threatening tariffs against Taiwan's leading semiconductor companies. And he said versions of Taiwan's very far from us, it's very close to China. And privately, he's been even more dismissive. Trump just a few hours ago said, quote, it is possible to have a new trade deal with China. Are you worried that President Trump will not be as supportive of Taiwan as his predecessors?
Again, there are several aspects I can elaborate on this issue. For Taiwan's security, I think there's only one country that is responsible for Taiwan. That is Taiwan itself. And for that reason, we want to make more investment in our security, and we want to be stronger. But in this process, I should say that the United States has been very helpful, providing us with defensive articles and help train our soldiers, and also try to bring us more to the international community. I would say in the last few years, our relationship with the like-minded partners have been increasing, and that is because of the U.S. government. And I see that trend remains. Our support in the Congress, our support from those people who might be, who were already nominated or who will be nominated and served in the administration will still be there. So I think the Trump administration's support for Taiwan will remain very strong. But for the issue that you just mentioned, the economic relations between Taiwan and the United States, even though there was some mentioning that we stole American jobs and we stole American chip businesses, I need to stress that if you look at the TSMC, they started from scratch. There was some help from the international community, of course, but they continue to excel themselves. We did not steal anything from anybody. And Taiwan has been very honest in doing business with the international community. I know there's a guy who has been stealing stuff from us, from the United States, and from others. And that is that big fat bully from our neighborhood.
Third aspect of the environment that you face is domestic. The KMT, the TPP have a majority in Parliament. How will you prevent their blocking your efforts to increase defense spending and buying more for the United States?
It is not easy. Sometimes it is very easy for me to discuss security relations with our friends around the world, but it is always difficult for me to comment on domestic politics. Taiwan is a democracy, and natural things come in a democracy. There will be opposition. They will continue to speak about bad things happening in Taiwan. That's natural because they are in opposition. But it gives us terrible time when they are the majority. And we have experienced that, not just now. In between 2000 and 2008, the DPP was also a small minority in our parliament. And I still remember during those years, I was serving in the cabinet as a minister for Mainland Affairs, and the budget was cut, budget was frozen, and basically we weren't able to do anything. And then the opposition used that. The government is not able to do anything, to accuse the government for not achieving anything. So that is a difficult part of Taiwan's democracy. But I think we need to trust the people here in Taiwan. When they feel that the budget cut has already hurt the regular people, I think they will have their own judgment on which approach is better. And I think for the international community, they can also play a role, especially when the PRC is increasing its military pressure against Taiwan. The consensus is that Taiwan needs to shoulder more responsibilities, and that is what we, the government of Taiwan, trying to do. And if the budget is slashed, we want to use a special budget to jack up our defense budget, and we think that is our national defense, and that is our own responsibilities. And by that time, we will spend more time in trying to convince the opposition that if they continue to cut the budget, even the special budget, is not in our national interest. And I also believe that the international community, when they see that if the opposition continue to dig into that issue, trying to hinder Taiwan's national defense or build up of Taiwan's defense capabilities, I think the people around the world, especially good friends who care about Taiwan, they will speak up as well.
Okay, so that brings us to this special budget. Are you planning to buy $7 to $10 billion of American weapons?
We cannot put it that way, but thank you very much for raising this issue. Let me explain. We need to think about how to defend Taiwan, which are the best systems that we can acquire. And for that issue, we need to discuss with good friends in the Pentagon, in the National Security Council, for them to exchange with us on what kind of systems are the best for Taiwan to be able to defend itself. And since the Trump administration is so new, and most of those officials at the level that they engage with us on a daily basis are not there yet, but eventually we will get together and discuss on this issue. There may be expensive systems, there may be cheaper systems that are small in large numbers and also very effective, but we will discuss with them on those things that Taiwan will need to defend itself. But of course, we also have our own desires, especially in facing gray zone challenges by the PRC on a daily basis. Some of our systems are getting old, some are getting fatigued, and therefore we need to discuss with the United States on the possible systems to deal with the gray zone activities as well.
But with all due respect, the people who are in charge of the National Security Council are, frankly, your friends, people you've known for a while, at the head of the Secretary, the head of the State Department. So with all due respect, are you planning a big weapons purchase, given that you already know what those officials want you to buy?
We want to discuss in more detail before I can say anything about the kinds of systems we're going to buy. And you are exactly right. Some of those people who are in office already are very good friends of Taiwan, big supporters of Taiwan for their life. If you look at the National Security Council, beginning from the National Security Advisor, Deputy National Security Advisor, senior directors, not just singular, it's multiple, senior directors, they are all our good friends for a long, long time, and some are personal friends of myself and some of my colleagues over here. So with this very good lineup in the National Security Council, who work very closely with President Trump, and also in the State Department and the Defense Department, I think Taiwan is in good position.
Let me expand the question out, because President Lai on Friday promised to balance trade with the United States. Right now, you run a trade surplus of $73.9 billion. On top of whatever you decide on weapons, is there a basket of purchases that you can offer to President Trump? Farm products, LNG, etc., and how much?
Thank you very much. We don't have the detail yet, but we are working on this. Buying from the United States is not giving the United States. It's a fair trade. And if the United States has a very good product that Taiwan happens to need, and that will be the items that we will be thinking about. And right now, our cabinet has been discussing, not just among ourselves, but also with the industries here in Taiwan, what we would possibly need from the United States, that would also be in our interest. So in our calculation, we may buy more industrial products. For example, generators. The United States is probably one of the 2 or 3 countries that produce very effective, very good machines. And LNG, the US LNG quality is very high. And now we are not buying more of US LNG. It's because we're buying from Texas and Louisiana. And if the ships need to come to Taiwan, they need to go through they need to go through Panama Canal. And it takes a long time. And if Alaska starts producing LNG in big numbers, that will be a very good time for us to buy more. And we are in discussion with Alaska now.
The reason I ask is in part that as we watch the Trump administration's pressure on Europe to step up, Europeans are trying to spend more on defense, but European officials tell me they don't know exactly what to say or what to do to convince the Trump administration that they are reliable partners. Do you know what you have to do to convince the Trump administration you're a reliable partner?
If you look at the history of the relations between Taiwan and the United States, Taiwan has been a very loyal and very good, very reliable partner of the United States for a long time. And I still remember when President Trump was in office for the first time, Trump first, their standard way of describing Taiwan, and I still remember in my head so clearly, Taiwan is a democratic success story, a reliable partner, and a force for good in the world. And that was in the first Trump administration. And now comes the Trump second. I don't think that is going to go away. So Taiwan will continue to be reliable. And Taiwan will be a very reliable business partner as well. President Trump is talking about semiconductors, especially the most advanced. And we are discussing right now on how we can complement with each other. President Lai mentioned an initiative last Friday, and he also touched upon that a little bit earlier. We want to create a semiconductor supply chain partnership. And the United States would need advanced chips in order to facilitate the idea of AI center of the world. Very good machine tools. And Japan is also very good. And the United States is very good in IC design. And there are other countries like Lithuania. Their laser technology is very good in the semiconductor industry for the cutting of the wafer. So if we are able to bring all these countries together, I think we can form a non-red supply chain without China.
You're obviously hoping that all the steps you take, whatever steps you decide to take, will forestall the tariffs that President Trump is threatening for early April. That would be reciprocal tariffs on Taiwan, but also on the semiconductors that you just mentioned. But if you cannot forestall those tariffs, will Taiwan respond economically to U.S. tariffs?
We have been discussing among ourselves to see what kind of impact it would have on Taiwan. I mean the tariffs. But so far, we think that if it's level playing field, if everyone received the same thing, then the only cost that would come is the U.S. consumers. And I'm sure eventually the U.S. will reconsider its decision. But right now, we are still trying to get more information on what might be coming, and so that we can make adjustment in our economic structure. But I think the most important thing of all, if we think about the current world economic situation, the president's already touched upon that, is the heavy subsidy by the Chinese government in producing en masse on a lot of things that is causing the problem for the United States, for Taiwan, for Korea, for Japan. If you look at the automobile industry, Germany is in trouble. Japan is in trouble. Why is that? It's because of the dumping of the Chinese e-vehicles. And it comes from a heavy government subsidy. And if you look at shipbuilding, look at the ratio of American shipbuilding and the Chinese shipbuilding is 1 to 367. And that is because of the Chinese heavy subsidy. And it's taking a toll on our shipbuilding businesses as well. So if we understand where our problem is coming, then I think we should get together. The democracies around the world need to unite in dealing with this issue, and this is what's on our mind.
President Trump and his team are putting extraordinary pressure on Ukraine, pushing an economic deal that would have given away basically half of Ukraine's strategic investments, and now pushing Zelensky to hold an election. Does that give you pause on what the Trump administration will demand in order to continue supporting Taiwan?
We are watching the development in a very careful way, but if you look at the situation in Taiwan, I think we are a little bit different from what's going on in Eastern Europe. Some of the key Trump administration officials, they've been talking about pulling out of Europe for quite some time. And the objective of pulling out of Europe is to concentrate their resources in the Indo-Pacific to deal with one specific country, that is the PRC. So with that, I think Taiwan is not in a bad position. In fact, Taiwan might take advantage of it. But I think what's happening in Eastern Europe is something that we will continue to pay attention to. We know who initiated war. There's no doubt about it. And who is suffering, and we know it. And from Taiwan's perspective, we'll continue to provide humanitarian support. But at the same time, we also understand our own responsibilities. We'll continue to strengthen our defense capabilities. No one has any obligation to support Taiwan or defend Taiwan unless they find that Taiwan is in their interest. The most important is Taiwan itself.
You say the U.S. Taking its foot off the gas, I believe is how you put it, in Europe might allow them to finally pivot to Asia, but what would be the impact if the United States allows for a peace in Ukraine that Russia prefers and Ukraine doesn't want, or in fact cuts off support for Ukraine? What would be the impact on Taiwan, and what would Beijing's lesson be?
Well, I think that is an issue. When I saw the social media, a lot of people are talking about that, and I understand that fully. But serving in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for more than 6 years, I know there are things I can say, and there are things I cannot say. And I'm sure you will have some sympathy for me. But from our perspective, the real thing is our own fate. And our own fate is controlled in our hands. And we should not budge. And we will not budge. And that is a word coming out of our former president and our current president, and it's our policy. For us, the most important thing is not to be a provocateur. We don't want to provoke a war. We don't want a situation that Taiwan is blamed by the international society while China attacks Taiwan. And of course, we need to strengthen our defense capabilities. At the same time, we want to make friends with fellow democracies. And right now, we see support for Taiwan from around the world has been increasing. Just look at the simple fact. When leaders of the world getting together, they started saying peace and stability over the Taiwan Strait is very important and indispensable to global security and prosperity. And they oppose unilateral change of the status quo by force or by coercion. And that makes people here in Taiwan feel so much more comfortable, knowing that we are not alone in dealing with the PRC.
I've got time for two more questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience. Part of what you have done, what the Lai administration especially has done, what you call resilience, what we would call the preparing of civil society, that includes getting ministries ready for a China contingency, as it's called, but it's also warning citizens, it's warning people that this could come. But do you have buy-in from the population? 16 cities are controlled by the KMT, only 5 by the DPP. Do Taiwanese understand the threat as you're trying to convey it to them? And do you have the buy-in of the people to actually push this resilience forward?
This is also very important for Taiwan. There's several purposes of it. One is that we don't want China to mistake that they can take Taiwan over very quickly, that the people here in Taiwan don't know how to save themselves. So this is the number one purpose. The number two purpose is that if there's going to be a crisis, the people here in Taiwan can sustain, and the government can also sustain. So this is the primary purpose. And we have launched this whole of society resilience project for about 2.5 years. It started by President Tsai, and President Lai thinks that it is very important, so he's trying to gear up this kinds of effort. We want to make sure that if crisis come, we have sufficient food supply, water supply, energy supply, and satellite communication, and all this. And this is a hard effort, and whole of the government has been working on this whole of society resilience project. And other than that, we will also work together with civil societies and also the local government. So there's a sequence of things that we want to do. And right now, the central government is all mobilized.
Do you have buy-in from people, do you think?
I'm sorry?
Do you have the buy-in from the population?
We are trying to do that, and the president is doing a fantastic job by creating a committee, whole of society resilience committee in the presidential office by representatives from local government, NGO, things like that, so that it can be seen by the general population that we need to be ready. The more we are ready, the less likely the war will happen. And we're trying to push it down to the local government. For your information, in a few weeks, we are going to do a small exercise in one of the local cities so that that city can be seen as a model for the rest of Taiwan, and there will be representatives from other counties or cities to come and observe. So this is our effort. And I'm sure when the local government, either controlled by the KMT or the DPP, they understand that this is very important.
And I started with Beijing and I'll end with Beijing. Do you believe today that it's more likely that Beijing will one day, if it decides to do this, would invade Taiwan or blockade Taiwan?
It is hard. Back to the first answer, I don't work in Beijing, and therefore it's hard for me to understand the thinking of the Beijing people. But this a school of thought on the PRC. They are followers of ancient military philosopher called Sun Tzu. And Sun Tzu's #1 principle is to crush the enemy without the actual use of force. And I think what Beijing is trying to do to Taiwan seems to be like that. They want to put so much pressure on Taiwan. They want to isolate Taiwan from the international community. They want the Taiwanese people to feel that it's hopeless for us. They want to go through the disinformation, cognitive warfare, things like that, so that we will give up our defense and cave in to the Chinese demand. So, that's the situation we see. But we don't know whether China is going to invade Taiwan. And the best way to prevent that from happening is to be prepared. I know there are American leaders, previous leaders, who have been saying that in a wonderful way.
And quite often for the years. So, all right, let's open it up. I'm going to start in the middle here, and I'm going to call on people, forgive me, who haven't asked a question already. So we'll start there, and then we'll go across the room. Do we have a microphone? Yeah, right here in the middle, and then we'll go to the right side. And please try and keep your questions brief and introduce yourself quickly, please.
I'm Admiral Retired Nirmal Verma from the Indian Navy. U.S. policy in respect of Taiwan is based on the principles of the Taiwan's Relations Act and the 6 assurances. And it seems to have stood the test of time. Yet we find analysts talking about the need for the policy of strategic ambiguity to change to strategic clarity. Is that the perception in Taiwan, and where are the gaps seen?
I know that's a U.S. Or should I wait for more questions?
No, please. Yeah, I'm just directing the microphone.
I know that's a U.S. Political debate, domestic political debate, and the international community has also been debating about it. And in Taiwan, some people are also commenting on this issue. But for the government officials here, the real thing is how much we are able to work together with the United States in terms of Taiwan's security. And right now, if the U.S. can continue to provide Taiwan with ammunitions or defensive articles and help us train our soldiers and continue to discuss with us on the defense principles, things like that, I think it's very clear that the United States is supporting Taiwan. And with the U.S. support, I think we will be more confident in defending ourselves. So the debate on clarity or ambiguity to us, it may not be that meaningful. The meaningful thing is real substance. And right now, the U.S. support for Taiwan is very real.
I see all the hands, but unfortunately I'm told that the Director General's time is short. So please thank Joseph Wu, Director General, National Security Council, National Security Advisor for Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, good to see you in person.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. And if you all could just stay tight for 1 second, we'll reset the stage and be right back with you.
幸福好时光，好，我们今天访问的是温世凯。温世凯你好。
Hello， 丹如姐好，听众朋友们大家好，来跟大家拜个晚年，新年快乐，事事顺心。
你知道我每次看到你，我都想问说，那你又得到几个金钟奖或什么奖啦？
谢谢。
好的，温世凯呢，我们就请他来讲这个泰国旅游。我觉得他几乎就是泰国旅游的代言人了。
因为我一直都是他们的观光大使，对哈，那也就是有这个机缘。那当然我自己也很喜欢，
要是我会请你当观光大使，因为你真的很称职，他不时就在那里，对不对？而且
确实，
基本上你都写好话。
应该这么讲，因为我觉得在任何的事情，它一定有正反面，还有个面向也不同。那我来讲的话，如果说有状况不好的，我都会采取就是私底下跟对方沟通讲一声，因为我觉得说
你会告诉他，对不对？因为你也很害怕说，我介绍别人来，结果这个问题重复发生，
没错，这是最重要，
变成我们自己的 credit 会受损。
对，我比较在乎这件事情，所以我会希望是大家共好，是这样。那因为最近因为我家族旅游嘛，我们家4代也就是上到84岁，下到2岁。我先说一个缘起哈，
就是我最近就发现说，温世凯他有一天就写说，他奉劝大家不要去某个叫做曼谷饭店，但因为不要伤及无辜，就是曼谷某家饭店，
曼谷某家饭店，因为我是写其实是曼谷的某一家，下面是有名字的，
一个那个大家不太认识的泰文的名字，对不对？
对，
不是所有的曼谷饭店，
不是，只有这一家。
然后我心里想说，旅游大使自己还会气到这个地步。好，他现在讲故事给你听，看你说遇到这种状况，你会不会生气？其实我也会生气。
应该这么说，就是我们家族旅游嘛，然后呢放手给小朋友们去这个选择他们想要去的，或是有预算问题整理好了，最后他们订好了饭店，我觉得其实还 OK。然后呢，我们去住了好几天。那在早餐的时候呢，就不小心我的家人，然后在吃饭的时候，早餐的时候，因为他的地板上面
妈妈啦，80岁跌倒了，
他有一个倾斜，然后所以说那个标示也不算明，所以你知道在那边跌倒的时候，我们就会担心害怕但是当下我觉得还好，是因为他们的处理，我必须承认，就是说，他们处理的就会很紧张，马上打电话叫经理来，那经理也很客气说，那有什么状况要不要送医院呢？我们当下觉得说，妈妈就说，不用，还好，他就说这个状况 OK。结果呢，我们就想说，好，我们就继续我们的行程。可是接下来行程，我们就请地陪就帮我们处理这个轮椅的事情。那当时呢，
已经变成跌倒到要坐轮椅了，
因为我们会担心，因为我们想说，不好，我们还有好几天的行程。然后呢，这个当时的经理很客气跟我们讲说，那这样子好不好？因为我们明天还要住嘛。他说明天早上的早餐这样子你需要的话，我请人送到这个饭店去给
就本来就是吃早餐，对不对？
就这么简单。
然后呢，就 吃早餐的只处理第二天的早餐，所以问题就来了。
问题来了，是因为呢，就是刚刚说了，就是说当下那天早上的，因为大家都知道事情太大了，所以都知道交班的时候，到晚上的时候交班的时候，第一个可能没有处理好，他没有衔接下去。然后我就去问说，那明天早餐的事情怎么处理的时候，第一个我大概在柜台那边跟他们协调，等了快1个小时的一个时间，我就看得到说，因为对方那个新人
协调需要1个小时，
因为他不知道，他一直打电话到餐厅那边，我其实就看到餐厅的接电话、
有没有这回事啊？
对，
这真的是一个很差的 SOP 处理，质疑客人呢。
而且重点是对方的那个经理，就是餐厅，我不知道他是经理，就是餐厅的当时的那位小姐，然后她的脸色态度就不好，然后后来弄了快1个小时才确定说，好，那就是送。但是他跟我讲一件，他说我们饭店是不送餐厅到那个客人的房间的。第一件事情讲了，我就说，不是哦，是你们经理讲，不是我要求的哦。然后他就说，好，那只有3样东西，那你选一个。我说什么？白饭、炒饭跟炒面，就这样。我说啊，就这样。一般不是简单，我们简单的，我们没有要求太多，就是简单的。
处理的是早餐还是晚餐？
就
第二天早餐的处理。
对，第二天的就是经理说的嘛。对，我们就说好。然后呢，他就说他就打电话就跟那个小姐就说不，反正不行。我说那也太阳春了。我说好，没关系。我说怎么会这样？我说不是我讲的，是你们经理提供的哦。然后就为了这件事情一直在 check， 然后最后我受不了了，我就走过去看跟那个小姐讲，结果她给了我3次白眼。你知道我的个性就是说，我觉得你可能有维护你不了，因为你可能要担责任，所以你可能在阐述一直讲泰文，然后给了第1次白眼，那我就觉得说 OK， 然后第2次白眼。OK， 然后第3次的时候，我的个性就我永远给人家3次机会，可是第3次我就受不了，我就说，我回过头去跟他讲说，第一个，你不要再用那种眼神看我，我看到了，我了解。我讲完了，他继续给我白眼，然后我就说，我就很生气的跟他讲说，我说这不是我不是跟你凹东西要求东西，这是你们经理说对不起我们，然后要给我们的这个服务，所以我感谢他，所以我只是来做。然后你如果是这样的话，很简单，叫你的经理联络不到哈，我告诉你，明天早上我要跟经理讲这件事情。但是今天这件事情，因为再搞下去1个多小时的，我不想跟你去挥那些事情。
这件事明明很简单，
是不是
一个人服务一下就好了。
对，
好，公司搞不好还会嘉奖你哈，就算怎样，你心里也会得到成就感。没错。跟客人挥1个多小时，早餐早就准备完了，何必呢？
不用，我就跟我说我们自己下来吃好了。然后最后我本来想说我就自己买东西上去给妈妈吃，后来就妈妈说没关系，有好一点，因为我们那天晚上后来有去医院，然后后来才发现说泰国的曼谷的医院真的，我哥哥吓了一跳，就是说第一个服务很好，好豪华，然后再来一点还有中文翻译，直接就找一个中文翻译来，就让我妈妈跟医生直接对谈，然后呢那个价格，因为他知道我们是外国人，直接就会问我们说，那个保险，需不需要证明？这样帮我们处理的好好，我吓了一跳，因为我是第1次去这个类似这样急诊室，马上去处理，而且他一判断说你是膝盖，他就送到一个部门叫做运动伤害部门，也就是很专业，马上照 X 光，什么东西都弄好了。
是去一般医院还是本来就是去个贵族医院？
他算是因为就是比较大型的综合医院，对，我们也不敢去一般的医院，所以我们讲说因为我们有保险嘛，我们就觉得反正都还好，重点是不要有状况啊，我觉得这才是我们的心里一定这样想，所以我们觉得整套的过程都 OK， 就大家就算得开开心心。那隔天早上吃饭的时候就下来吃饭的时候呢，然后就跟这个经理讲了这件事情，那经理也懵了，他就说怎么会这样？他一直跟我讲说道歉不好意思，但是他就讲了一句话，他说那这样子因为这种事情呢，我们要听双方的说法，好，然后我会再跟公司再讨论，因为待会我要开会，说我没有办法再继续跟你谈。我心想说好，我就说那我等你的那个公司的时候。I like 103, I like radio。
那是泰国曼谷的某饭店与温世凯的过年度假。我相信他自己当那个旅游的观光大使这么久，他也一定很傻眼，
非常傻眼。
后来结果呢？第二天早上，
第二天早上这个经理他就说他会去调查，然后呢他要去开会。我说好，然后他说他会再给我回应。我说好，就我们就旅游，然后我们后来也结束了，然后我们到别的地方，我们到华欣去旅游，玩得非常的开心。然后那个饭店就天壤 之别但是因为我们都是自己花钱去订，然后是小朋友订的，我没有干涉，所以我也不知道他们处理到怎么样。可是后来发现差异性真大。
其实照理说，泰国就是以他的服务好著称的。
是的，
你去那里就是他们那种做服务业，笑容就是很真诚嘛。
没错。然后我第一次碰到这样，我后来查了才知道说，这家我们出事情的这家饭店，第一个非常便宜，然后第二件事情呢，就是很多年轻人喜欢就是捡便宜的都会去那边，因为对他们来讲说便宜就好嘛哈。
对。
第二件事情呢，
一个晚上是多少？
一个晚上
1000多块。
对，1000多块不到2000块就会变成是这样。
但是很多人，我觉得他的人为什么后来人生际遇会有别，就是有些人去便宜店或者折扣店工作，他的态度也折扣了。
这是绝对。
我觉得这是我看到一个人就是将来有没有希望，就我卖便宜的东西，然后整个就不客气起来。
所以我常会觉得一分钱一分货啦。而且呢，特别是在泰国，我想说泰国的5星饭店就这么便宜的，为什么你们还要去贪那个不能说贪，不好意思，我讲错话，就是说你为什么会去选择说那么便宜？但是我觉得可能每个人需求，所以我们不做评论，因为这重点是
你脾气算很好的
这位经理呢，然后他就说会回复我等了1个礼拜以后他才回复我，而且他回复我看到那封信呢，他就说
更加抓狂，本来已经忘了。
对，他就说我真的本来已经忘了，他就说那个好我只能说不好意思，然后再来一点呢，然后我私底下有跟这位员工讲，然后呢我会帮忙训练他的脸部表情。我看到这件事，我心想说，第一个你的判断竟然是就这样子，然后你只是帮他做脸部表情。
其实我看到你这个整个叙述，我大概就知道那个答应你的经理是有问题的，
是
因为他做任何事情都慢半拍。这件事情应该是要直接交代下去，放在公司的 memo， 至少要到你们这组人走了之前要处理。结果他完全没有 SOP，他就随便，那不然你就不要 promise，
是
你越承诺，但是又没有交代任何人。那下面的那一个小姐心里想说，又是他，又是他在信口开河。然后有些人就是这种贪功诿过，你知道吗？可能也动不动就是把很多事情弄到别人身上去，所以其实他愤怒的可能不是你这家子，而是之前的那一个，只是他的态度实在是。这跟泰国人的态度差太多了。我
吓到了，我去旅游了那么多年，几十年，从来没碰过这件事情，所以我呢也等了很久。我想说不要扫了大家心，等过完年以后我再 po， 而且我只是简单 po。我想说这件事情可能不会只发生在我的身上。
结果最好笑的是，我看你下面的所有留言，大家都在那个饭店
有发生状况，
吃过鳖，对，也就是说他只是超额接受 booking，找不到饭店，然后那里面的人就跑来跟你说，我们没有接受，我们没有收到这个单你没有订我们饭店，可是人家钱都付啦。
对啊，所以这一点我后来研究一下，我还收到更多的是私讯告诉我，那我就会觉得说
都是这家饭店，
都是这一家。那当然的话，网络上你看他的这个评价也是有不错的评价，那我就会觉得说
还有4点多分，
对，还有可能是确实可能是人，可能 kimoji 可能是当下的状况，所以我这件事情到我这边，那我只是提醒大家，第一个，我这辈子从来没有讲过泰国哪一家饭店不好或是状况怎么样，我是第一次，我只发了一个这样的一个文字，
这就是你讲的震撼力在这里呀。如果我从不骂人，突然我骂一个人说他是小人，真的恶心极了，我想你会怎样？如果我常骂人，我像那政论名嘴一样，东咬一个西咬一个，你可能不会觉得怎样，
感觉对
是不是？如果我今天讲说这个人，假设你问我说这个你永远不要来往，
对啊，
对，你会吃亏的。
是
我只有讲这样，那你会怎样？
对啊，
你一定会相信我。
一定的，对啊。所以我觉得说，我其实后来想了一下，我觉得要让更多人了解，但是因为我觉得我的状况不见得是属于别人的状况，所以我只是提供有这样的一个讯息。
是，
对啊。
其实这个想起来就很生气。不过我后来发现，就是说人是这样。我以前也当过旅游记者，我自己也常一个人旅行。我的饭店绝对不叫人订，连秘书都不行。连秘书，我的秘书在我们公司20年了。是，这就是我还有航班，不假他人之手，直接用网路订。
对对，很方便。
因为万一弄错了，那是我的问题。可是万一有一天秘书帮你订，评分很好。 拍谁的 T 基楼旁边，就是在火车旁边，让我整天晚上不能睡。你觉得那天我会怪谁？
那就是谁帮你贴的？对，这是一定的嘛。
这个就是一样。还有你可以接受什么样的等级？我也没有真的要很好的，
是啊，
但是自己选的比较可以摸摸鼻子说是我错了，我赶快再出去找一家。
这个我自己其实平常的个性也是这样，不过有时候我们也是训练小朋友，就是很多什么事情你们不要什么都是就是我们叔叔啊或是这个长辈啊去处理，大家是共同，因为特别是家族旅游是大家分工的。
是，不过以后你要跟他说，你们赶快把企划案写好，以后叔叔来看一遍。
对啊，他们都有看啊。我就是觉得一开始我也觉得 OK， 因为我是第一次住这一家饭店，我以前没住过，所以我才会觉得说我看了一下资料，查了一下，我觉得说好像也还 OK 嘛。对，那在你们的大家的荷包范围里面 OK 的话，我觉得就好。最主要家族旅游是大家开心，对不对？不用特别的要求。那回到底来讲啊，我觉得这件事情，我就家人里面呢，我也没有特别讲这件事。
泰国观光局也跑来跟你道歉了吧？
有关心，但是对我来讲的话，我就会讲从头到尾讲一遍这件事情。我说像这个东西呢，我觉得这个是属于单一的一个饭店的一个行为，就是刚刚说的这2位这个处事者的一个行为。
我觉得这是他们饭店管理做得很不好，而且都没有专业训练，这跟那个很可能跟家族经营饭店有关系。
我觉得这个东西都有可能，而且我觉得回到底了，我觉得他们的确实生意不错，因为呢
便宜嘛，对，然后地点应该也还不错嘛，
就在捷运站的附近，对，所以很多人喜欢去那边，所以我觉得 OK 啦。那以后呢，就是你喜欢去的，我也不会阻止你，你喜欢去那你就去，但是我真的不希望这类型的事情再发生，因为像我们还可以沟通的话，我们都会这么生气的，万一那种不会沟通的朋友的话怎么办呢？对对。
不过我觉得那种情商不高者的确是不应该从事旅游业，
真的。
好，我们等一下来讲一个泰国的更大的问题，它这就是整个曼谷的问题，你应该可以猜得出来要讲什么。
我猜得出来。
幸福好时光，好，这个温世凯我刚刚讲到泰国